Ooh, hello guys, welcome back to HJW Gaming and live stream of my new season. This season we're going to be taking a look at the brand newly released servers for the new Rings of Power season. So this is going to be a great one, as it's going to be something completely different, hopefully, to what we've looked at before. Of course, for those of you who've subscribed for Age of Empires, this of course is my other game, Lord of the Rings Rise to War, but feel free to tune in, take a look, see if you like what you see, as I will also be doing content on this game and continuing my content for Age of Empires. Now, into the campaign, we'll take a look at Rings of Power. So, what's different around the Rings of Power season? So, as always, you can contend for the Rings of Power on the season, which is very similar to the previous Kings of Men campaigns. So there'll be 9 Rings of Power for us to take, but what's a little bit different about this one is each kingdom has what's called an arcane art. So once you establish a kingdom, you can basically activate like a buff or a debuff for your kingdom or opponent's kingdoms, which is always, you know, when there's something new brought in like that, always good fun. So that'll be interesting to see. Obviously, we won't be able to see that first day. Won't be until we establish a kingdom, but it will still be an interesting one to take a look at, something a little bit different. Now, as per most seasons now, we have to choose our style right from the beginning, and we've talked through most of these on other season starts. So, which one are we going to choose? We could choose Elven style to synergise with our Gil-galad and make use of the evasion, etc. Dwarven style is always a brilliant choice, with dwarves being very cheap and very tanky as well. However, I very much like actually the Dunedain style a lot of the time for the beginning, because I love rushing mounted units and using their counter buff against weak small unit tiles. So I'm going to go straight for that off the beginning. Now, I am playing with the same fellowship that I've played with in all my other seasons. I'm still playing with Home, and we've decided to spawn in the Ered Mithrin region, so the kind of Lothlorien Gundabad region, which is something a bit different, as I don't think we've spawned here in any of my seasons previously. So let's, fingers crossed, hope we get a good spawn. Though looking at this from the beginning, it doesn't look great with a lot of mountain passes. So we are right up in the northern wastes. Ooh, lots of rivers as well is not ideal. It's going to cut off a huge chunk of our range unless there's an easy way around them. Which it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So this is going to be a tough start right from the beginning. But anyway, we know how we crack on right from the off. We're going to get straight into those buildings and get the essential stuff built so we can get our marches going. Now we do need to buy that 3rd construction queue as well, of course. While those are going, we will also build our first formations and get them taken a march. So there's something a little bit different with formations this season. There's a way that there's something they've changed, basically, that you can't equip your commanders fully with gear at the beginning anymore. So you're going to have to be a little bit more selective, at least, around what tiles that you take. So if I show you here with my commanders, so for example my Dane Ironfoot here, you'll see that I move my head out of the way, you'll see that half of his gear is locked and you can't actually you can't use that gear right from the beginning. So with Dane here, I only have access to a weapon here, so I could use either the Axe of Khazad-dûm or the Blazing Tongue. I'm going to go for the Axe of Khazad-dûm here for the bonus attack, even though its damage is slightly lower, because with only one piece of gear, this is going to be pretty crucial, getting his attack as high as possible. And then same here with Gandalf the White, of course. He doesn't have anywhere near as much focus, as I don't have access to 3 of his pieces of gear that would get him up to that 200 plus focus. So that means skills like White Council and White Rider are not going to be as effective. Previously, I always skilled into White Rider first, actually, for first tile hitting, as I felt the damage was more important. But with much less HP on my commanders, I actually think that White Council here is going to be more important. So we'll take a look in here and decide which skills to put in place. We'll go for King Under the Mountain, followed by Durin's Blood here. Now previously we've always been able to take, I think it's a 30 power tile right from the beginning, you know, just with that gear in place, but I'm not sure if we are going to be able to do so now. Let's just show all tile levels. See, this is quite annoying. They've changed the way they display tiles as well. Rather than showing power, they show tile level now, which is a little bit frustrating, as I want to see how this corresponds to resource rather than the old school way. So I can see there's level 15 armies on a level 5 stone tile. I assume a level 1 is that. So the enemies... Oh, this is going to be completely new. They've completely changed the levels on tiles. So the levels on these are level 18 on these grain tiles. What are they on these little stone ones? Level 7, and then level 6, 4 and 2 on these ore ones. So interesting. It looks like level 2 is like a 15 power tile. Potentially, or was that 30 power tile? Very interesting how this has changed. The one thing I'm noting is there's nearly no grain around us, which is going to be brutal. But anyway, this is completely different. I'm also noticing there's some kind of level up in our top corner of affluence, which is very interesting. So this is all completely different. This is all going to be a complete learning experience for us in this season. Something very different. But let's pick up one of these level 2 tiles and see if we take it. Of course, that's with full troops. I want to see if one trooping is still possible. I think it's unlikely, as of course we have the tiniest amount of HP without our gear. It might even be wise to go full army until we get them to level 10. But let's just test and see what happens. Of course, we do still have the first 24-hour buff in place, reducing recovery time, but it's not reducing troop losses. Covers our stamina. It's not recovering troop losses, so if we die a lot here, we will, it will still set us back, but need to just test this out and see how these new levels and gear affect our commanders. There's only one way to find out, and that's by just throwing ourselves straight into it. Now, stun, madness, and then let's increase the enemy damage received with the deceiver. A lot of these commanders now are going to be used for initial season starts. Of course, we don't want to burn all our stamina on our main team straight off the bat, so a lot of these will be used. Gil-galad is not going to be one of those, unfortunately, as we don't have elves. But things like Witch King, any of our Nazgul commanders, Bayorn, of course, as well. Which one would be best from the beginning? I think Anduin Vale Chieftain would be the best one. So we're basically skilling, looking for early round damage here, as much early round damage as we can get in. And basically any damage dealing commander will be used here to try and get, even if they're not being used for tiles at the beginning, they will be used for sweeping, along with some of our better supports. So Gandalf the Grey, will be used to replace Gandalf the White and save his stamina. So what have we got? Focus damage or recover units. Let's go with the Grey. Let's change it up a little bit. But yeah, most of these commanders will be used. So we successfully occupied a level 2 tile and got that chunk of resource, which is good to see, which we can then use to keep ourselves growing. We do need to buy this third construction queue and the various other packs. If I take a look in, I will purchase them in a moment. So the things we will be picking up, we'll be picking up the season pass, and that's actually quite good, as it does. Looks like it gives items for the shadow, which it does, as we are currently using the shadow, so hopefully that will help us get him up. Currently he is respect 11, and I have items for about 2/3 of the way of getting him to respect 12. So him being on the season pass there is pretty excellent. It's good to see that they're kind of cycling the season pass around and changing it up, as last season it was Falgin, so it's good to see that the shadow is now coming in as well. Very useful meta commander for the tier 2s, so that's a great one. So we will be picking up both season passes here. We will be picking up all of these with gems in a moment. Stamina, of course, will be purchased right off the bat, along with resource bonuses. Stamina, of course, is crucial, as having more stamina means you can make more marches and therefore take more resources. So that will be picked up most definitely. And also those resource boosts are very important, as of course, being able to have 20% more resource for the entirety of the first 24 hours is crucial for winning that first 24 hours and getting out of any resource bottlenecks. Otherwise, I think that's all the packs we'll be picking up right from the beginning, so I will look to do that in a moment. Welcome any viewers who've joined in the last however many moments. Do have progression here. Right, let's just see how that march went on. So we did one troop here. So these armies were level 4. This is on a level 2 tile. How much HP did we have left? So we took that with fair ease here. Now the debate is going to be whether a level 3 tile can be done the same. And I guess the only way to find out here is to kind of just hit it and see what happens. So let's scale our army back up, make sure everyone is healed. We will again go with the one troop here. The other option, of course, is to rush build our barracks up to barracks level 6. That will then give us 3 armies in our march, which we may do. But first off, we're just going to keep trying and see what's possible here. So can a level 3 tile be taken? I think it looks unlikely. The armies step up from level 4 to level 7, so I suspect we may lose here. But all for the culture and the content, so everyone can learn which tiles are possible right from the beginning. Now I'm going to very briefly just flick off my window capture, as I'm going to be purchasing my season start packs. Now, for those who don't know, I do have a creator code which allows people to purchase packs through official NetEase website. When that's done, it helps to first off support me and my channel, but second off, it also can be significantly cheaper than the in-game store. So that's what I'm going to be looking to do here, as you know, anything that can save save us a little bit of money is always a good thing. And most, I think it's priced in dollars, so for most currencies that trade well against the dollar, it is significantly cheaper. For me, in British pounds, it's about 20 to 25% cheaper than the in-game store. So, you know, it's always worth doing. All you need to know is your unique ID, which you can find in game. I'll quickly show you how. So you have your, in fact, I might as well just show you the website. So you have your unique ID. If you go to your settings in the top left, click the person in the top left, and you can see your UID here, which you then copy and can then enter the details on the website, which I will quickly open now. So then within my creator top up, you choose your server, which is here. You can enter your unique ID, agree to the private policy, and click login. And it should then find your account. You can see it's found me on the left hand side. And then, as you can see, you can select any bundle that you wish to pick up. So in our case, we're going to be picking up resource bonus. Click the cart. We're going to be picking up Commander's Trial for the stamina boosts. And then you can see there are the various passes here. So we're going to be picking up the season passes. And that'll be everything we look to pick up. And then when you pay, you can choose to pay through credit card, PayPal, or any other service. And this is officially licensed by NetEase, so there's no risk to your purchase essentially. Now I'll hide this obviously because it's going to have my my payment information pop up. So we'll quickly go through that, and then we should have through the season pass. We should then have our third construction queue, which then we can absolutely speed through a lot of these buildings. So now I've purchased, you can see it says order successful. If I then flick back to my game and I look in my system mail, you can see instant delivery of all the things we just purchased. So I got the stamina, we have season pass, both season passes, and the resource boost as well. So we get everything straight away, instant delivery. Awesome. Right, now this level 3 tile that we faced, so we took out this here, and it looks like we did take it straight away. So if you have a strong enough formation, we only lost half our HP actually on Dane as well. If you have a strong enough formation, of course we're doing this here with this here was level 5, so Obviously, I do have a Respect 12 Dane, which a lot of people I appreciate will not have, and Respect 9 Gandalf the White. But yeah, Focus 93 and Attack 93 as well. So if you can get around that level, you can take a level 3 tile right from the beginning with these commanders. I'll try it similarly now with the Shadow. Swap both those gear over. And Sauron, I'll actually keep unit defense on him. In fact, I might even put the same thing on Gandalf the White, as the Noldor Sword's brilliant as it provides good focus, but also unit defense. And when your units are defensively very weak, as these tier 1 units are, they've got defense of 10. If we can provide an additional 18, that's going to be a huge reduction in losses for that formation. So we'll look at this wood one, and we'll send again and see if the Shadow here, along with Sauron, is capable of taking it. So of course this is going to be significantly more defensively weak, as we don't have White Council protecting this formation, and the Shadow isn't quite the same damage dealer in the early rounds as Dane Ironfoot. But we'll see how this comes along, basically. Definitely give this a go. Again, this is just going to be a learning experience for us here, seeing what we can achieve. Now, why do we not have our construction queue? Oh, there it is. I just need to go on the season pass and claim it. Perfect. Right, let's speed rush build through absolutely everything that's possible. We want to get troops in as soon as possible. Commander chambers, there we go. Main hall level 4, that's what we want as soon as possible. As of course having extra in our army will be great. Now this is a little bit frustrating. Looks like they've, I was about to say, it looks like they removed the 5-minute speed up. I was a bit confused there, but I must have just scrolled past it a little bit too quickly. Right, so it needs conscription post level 4, so let's speed through these and get everything in that we possibly can. Both those running. Yeah, if we can get main hall 4 and barracks 5 as soon as possible, that'd be great. It'll definitely help us with taking tiles. Obviously, having 3 armies in our formation. Right, I'm actually too impatient even for things that take less than a minute. Just I want to speed through and get these done as quickly as possible. So we're at main hall 3 at the minute. Right, there's our first resource bottleneck of stone. So we'll quickly jump through here. So we did gain additional affluence there when we leveled up our chapter. So that's quite interesting. So affluence appears to be a new measure of power outside of just resources. So actually progressing in the chapter will give you a big boost on that as well. Activate ring ability time control. Oh wow! So looks like we have a new ring in place. This is something I have not seen. So our ring is currently level 2, and it's leveled up by our reputation, or whatever they call it, our affluence. Reputation is a measure of your influence on Middle Earth. So I assume it's how many tiles you've taken, what chapter you are. So, Rising Star. Reach reputation level 5, activate your first ring ability, and then you get Clairvoyance, Time Control, and Invigoration, along with the ability to upgrade your quarters to level 5. That's very interesting how this new ring works. Manage time control 1. Finish. So this is the one we needed to activate. Okay, we'll put that in. Awesome. There we go. So that's our first kind of thing unlocked, and that then allows us to progress our season. This is going to be this Rings of Power season has massively changed. It'll be interesting to see how this affects seasons going forward, whether it's just the ring under a different kind of UI, the exact same ring, or whether it does affect things going forwards. But yeah, basically we're just going to keep moving this forwards. Don't want to maximise any of our resources, so we will go back to building. But in the meantime, we'll take a look at how we got on with this level 3 tile with the Shadow and Sauron. And again, they took that with actually significantly less loss here. So Shadow lost the 1 unit, but actually didn't lose much HP. And Sauron took it. Did lose 34 units. How does that compare to Gandalf the White? It looks like that's probably about double what Gandalf the White lost, but still capable of taking a level 3 tile right from the beginning, which is interesting. So we will do 2 or 3 marches with these, and then we'll move on to marching with like backup formations and keep the stamina in our main team until a little bit later on, and then we can use our leapfrog method of using the high-leveled secondary commanders with one of our main commanders at a lower level to boost their experience by taking higher power tiles than otherwise would be capable. So we'll use that a little bit later on, but for now we just want to get their stamina regenerating for a little bit. Well, these level 4 tiles, what's that? Level 12 army, so I don't think that'll be possible. That's a huge step up from the level 7s. So I don't think that will be possible for us to take. However, there is only one way to find out. So we're going to send it once again. I don't expect to win this. I expect to lose 100 troops. So, trying to make sure you're as efficient as possible in your season, I would not recommend doing this. Unless, of course, I do win, and then I would recommend it. But I think that's very, very unlikely here. So time control here is quite useful, as we can, click upgrade, then immediately time control. It's not something I usually pick up, but Numenorian quarters, time control it straight away. And then I need main hall 4, so I need 25,000 stone, which we'll have very shortly. Take this, and then claim these. What do I need? Lumber tribute to level 3, okay. That's that one done. And we'll take another one. Trying to keep a good eye on my other resources here, as we're getting a little bit close to our storage limit, and I don't want to go over, but we do need that stone just to get that. So what do we got? We did lose, yeah, so definitely don't try too high of a tile too early. So these level 4s are way too early for our commanders. We'll see if we can take this once we have 3 commanders in our formation, which potentially would be the case. But yeah, good information there. Appreciate I lost 100 troops here, which is going to annoy a lot of you, but this will definitely help you in your season. At least if you're about to start a new season, you'll know which level tiles are possible right from the beginning. So we'll leave our commanders to regenerate in our keep at the second, and then we'll keep these buildings going so we can now speed through our main hall and get commanders' chambers. So that already changes the dynamic of our marches here, because we can drop out this formation here, and if we look at Dane, is that not what allows us to have, have I construed this? Maximum army limit 3 to 4. So why can we not add a commander here? Am I missing something? Or is it the number of armies we can possibly, or is it the number of formations we can have? Ah, it is. Okay, yeah, I've completely misconstrued that. My mistake. Damn it, I was so ready to have 3 commanders in our formation there. Training grounds. So which one is it that allows us to put more armies in our... more formations within our army? That's interesting. That's there was something within the build queue, I swear it was the commander's chambers, but evidently not, that allowed us to increase the number of armies we had in. Is it now within the barracks or something like that? Nope, not within barracks. Or conscription post. Very interesting. Not battlements. Not within training grounds. This is highly confusing. So something's changed basically, where they've moved how you can increase the number of armies in your settlement. They haven't made it wildly clear. Is it within your ring level? If anyone knows the answer, by the way, feel free to drop in the chat and let me know. So how do we get three armies within formations within our army? Request to join home in the meantime. But that's a strange one. It gives us absolutely no details how you go about doing this. Don't know whether it's a chapter progression. For those of you who know, are probably looking at me like I'm absolutely crazy. And the answer is probably extremely obvious, and I'm just not aware of it. Ah, there we go. So once you get your ring level, essentially, or your respect up to level 10, that then grants you. So I've just got to level 5, which if I click promote here. So I just got to level 5, which has unlocked me a bunch of other things. So quarter construction, clairvoyance, invigoration. We will be taking invigoration straight off the bat. But once you get to level 10, reputation level 10, then you can add number of armies to your formation additional. Okay, cool. So basically I just need to keep progressing our chapter, keep taking tiles, and then it will be possible. Okay, occupy 4 tiles of level. Okay, actually I might even try that tile. We'd already weakened a fair bit. I might just drop these in here, and obviously re-weaponize our commanders. The one benefit of this change to having less gear on, of course, is that I don't spend half this stream constantly flicking gear back and forth like a madman between our main teams. We only have 1 or 2 items to flick between. So yeah, that's a little bit better. Now, of course, we lost a little bit of troops there when we tried to one troop level 4 tile, which we knew was very unlikely. But now, if we full army Dane and Gandalf the White, I think they should be able to take this kind of tile. Now it's weakened. Whether they take it, they'll probably take it with significant loss if I tried to send it with a full army. But yeah, we will try and take it now. Right. The other thing I'm acutely aware of is I want some ponies. So we need to get to level 5 as that on the Numenorian quarters. So let's smash this out as quickly as possible. 15 minutes, and we should be able to another 5. Is that what? There you go, time control. So we've got spearmen, and we need level 5 main hall to get knights, which is what we're kind of waiting for. So let's keep leveling these up. Now they did draw, which is a little bit annoying. And no, I'm acutely aware there's almost no time left on this tile. In fact, we're not actually going to get this. So that's another huge waste of troops. That's incredibly frustrating that they weren't able to take that on their own. It is what it is. Another thing, we live and move, so that's another 200 troops burned away, which is a little bit painful, but we will move on. At least it teaches you guys that you know now that not to send these level 4 tiles a little bit too early. Stay around these level 3s, as they are much easier to take. I think once I've got 3 armies in my formation, it will be a lot easier. So cool. What do we need now? So we do need to occupy 1 more tile. So we've used stamina now on. Well, I also need to probably use a few of my ring points as well. So we've used stamina on Dane and Gandalf, but I will actually use invigoration here just to use a few ring points. Keep them around 260. So now we'll move on. Now we've used a bit of their stamina. I will move on to using kind of secondary commanders, not our main team, as I don't want to burn their stamina too early. So let's take a look at King of Men. Where's Gandalf the Grey? Gandalf the Grey is our support. Now I wonder if Aragorn King of Men is capable of doing the same kind of damage as we had from Shadow and Dane, or whether they might struggle a little bit more here with taking this tile. So I'm going to use the Noldor here, as I said, for that increased focus, command, and unit defense will hopefully keep those troops alive. I don't know whether it would be better to get better White Council and instead use this, but it's only a little bit more focus, and for that you lose the command and unit defense. So I think the Noldor will be better here. So level 3 tile then, let's take a look at these stone ones. Of course, stone is going to be our bottleneck. Both commanders are skilled, geared, and I've 1 trooped on King of Men. So yeah, should be able to take this level 3 tile. Hopefully Dane and Shadow are able to, so I don't see why we wouldn't be capable of this with our current build. So let's see how it goes. Sean, thank you for saving me on a level 4 tile. You're welcome. It's all for the culture here. We just send to our doom and see see what happens. But obviously, as they change the mechanics, the only thing you can do, the only way you can learn what's possible is by sending and seeing what happens. So yeah, save you all a little bit of trouble and loss. You're very welcome. Cosmo and Stefan Jauber, love to see his presentation. Good luck from the UK. Thank you very much. Hopefully we have a great season start. It's not like in other seasons we haven't sent to our early doom many times and still ended up top after the first 24. So hopefully we can do so again. Yeah, just gonna keep moving here. Right, what else do we need? Stone Tribute to level 3. So let's speed through that. So I did stupidly upgrade my commander's chambers twice to try and thinking that would get me the additional people to my army. So actually a big waste of our stone here as well. So if you don't need extra armies here, basically don't bother. But we could build like second and third armies here. So we do have Witch King, who's great with his Nazgul skill. And then it's whether we put a support in like a Sildor, as we are using men. Of course, we could give massive defense boosts here, which may really help, or also a huge amount of evasion as well, which you might actually go for. Let's jump straight into ring bearers here, and then we'll look to go with Last Alliance as well. So we'll give that a try as our kind of next formation. We're trying out a lot of commanders we haven't used at season start here, so should be good fun. Who else have we got? We could choose Bayorn. We also have Gimli. There's Frodo and Sam we can use as our support tank, which we will do. I should reorder these the other way around as well. I should really put the tank at the front and then the damage dealer behind. Who do I want to use for damage? Do I want to use Lurtz? Do I want to use Bjorn? Let's go with Bayorn. So 1 troop Bayorn and all the rest full. Yeah, so level 3 tiles very much possible with pretty much every army you have. So Frodo and Sam is our support. So we've got Master of Bag End and we've got Ring Bearers. So let's go all the way into Ring Bearers. Can't remember which way round we determined was easiest last time, but with a few more ring points we can get, you know, decent into both here. So and then Bjorn, we need to obviously give him a damage weapon here. We're going to have to swap these around as we go. So right, Aragorn King of Men's on his way back. Let's send Bjorn and Frodo and Sam out, and then as they're marching we'll then send Witch King as well. So we're just going to start leveling up these kind of secondary formations. We did use Sirdan as well last time as one of our supports, and that went very, very well. So we will look to do the same in one of these. In fact, I might even drop out. Let's see how Frodo and Sam does. I might drop them out, or I might drop a Sildor out for Sirdan, as Sirdan actually was probably our best support. Let's do it here. Weirdly, early season, he was absolutely magnificent with the amount of healing that he provided. Which one was it that was the best healing? 15% to 3. Yeah, Commander's unit is the main one we want. Of course, he's not going to have as much focus this time, so whether it works as well, we will see. Right, now let's send this Witch King army. So we've got Frodo and Sam and Bjorn marching. So give Bjorn the best weapon. And Frodo and Sam, they just really need unit defense. So whether the Noldor is the best choice here looks to be the case. If I leveled up this Reckoning, it would probably be the best choice for them. In fact, I might even use the Reckoning because it's got very similar stats. It means I don't have to constantly switch gear around on them. Right, the Witch King needs focus and damage. I'm actually going to give him this Blazing Tongue, as whilst I do have Obsidian Dagger, I haven't got it refined, though of course I could actually refine this here. In fact, let's do that. Let's drop a few refines in here, though. Is it better instead to refine using one with a better set effect like Divide and Conquer? No, I've got so many hammers I can do that in future. Right, let's get a few refines in here. Let's get 2 refines in. 15 damage. That's not too bad, and better focus. So we've got Witch King, Bjorn, Sirdan then can hold that. There you go, all 4 commanders sorted. So Frodo and Sam had a draw, and that would likely be because Bjorn is not outputting anywhere near the same damage as our other commanders, as he's only respect 4, so that's not surprising really. 4k from him there. Well, I suppose maybe it's Frodo and Sam not dealing anywhere near the right amount of damage. Oh, we've got someone here. Old Laurent. I haven't seen people started spawning around us, so this is interesting. Let's check out their history and see who they used to play with. It's interesting. Could be our season partners. See, look, this is what you get from Sirdan, which is why I was using him. I might also try Radagast as the second support, but just doesn't take, because of his massive command, it doesn't really take any damage, and then his healing as well means that you don't really lose many units. So he's been by far the best support that we've had. And when these draws tick out, we should easily take these tiles. Right, let's keep progressing. Try and get this ring level 10 as soon as possible. Claim here, claim here. 5 tiles of level 2 or above, which will complete in 4 minutes when these tick over. In the meantime, let's get this restocked. Oops. Perfect. So we are actually, I've just noticed, at maximum grain capacity. So that's not good because it's not refreshing. So one more storage, in fact we'll do 2, should get us out of this issue. And we will start swapping grain for stone soon. So we need conscription level 8 in order to keep our main hall going. So what do we need? 12,000 stone. So rather than trying to progress elsewhere, we're actually going to just drop straight into our market here and exchange some grain for stone. We will get sweeping in a moment as well with secondary formations, so then we can start getting a load of stone tips in as soon as possible and getting some experience into another formation again. We also do not have anything training. See, I would do these horsemen, but we're so close to unlocking the knights that actually I'm going to leave them for the moment and then come back to them, I think. So, right, 12,800. Now, of course, looking at our market, we could also up our level very, very quickly. So we're going to take these here as soon as possible. And I do also need some silver ones. Gathering boosts are always perfect for picking up as soon as possible, as gathering, once you have it unlocked, will become, you know, your most important way of getting resource early on. Now, the exchanges here for resources like the healing and the recall, we're not going to take those, as we don't want to be spending any of our resources on this. Our resources are way too important. These tavern speed tips are a little bit too expensive for my liking, but we are going to take a bunch of regular speed ups, because that way we can, you see our market level here has gone up to market level 9, which will start to then increase our barter level and basically mean we get better value for our bartering here. So we don't actually have very many ingots here for where we normally sit, so I might even exchange some more stuff or drop into the madams here and start buying some of them. We do have a number of madams. So we have Heroes Gather here as one of our chests, and this is Heroes Gather 1, which gives us Dane, Gandalf the White, King of Men we use. No shadow in there though. Can we swap this chest around? We can. So which one gives the best? So Gandalf the White here, Beorn we use, Shadow we use, and we kind of need respect for Beorn, Shadow and Gandalf the White more than we do for Dane. This one has Sauron, which is about all that we use, so we'll switch to this one here. And then we have Turbulence, which... so is this the chest that allows us to actually pick a wish list? Okay, perfect. So we want respect for Dane, or basically anyone in our main team here. Sauron, and we will take Beorn as well. Perfect. Right, legendary commanders. There's not many here we're respecting, to be honest, but Legolas would be useful. Shadow, of course, being our main, and then let's just go LOTR and who else we not got full spec? Let's just go Gimli. And then epics doesn't particularly matter, as I'm not going to be ascending them. So let's go with that. So now we have a chest which actually has a wish list on it. So I guess this is their way of incentivizing. I was about to say incentivizing going into season, as that way you have a chest with a wish list on it. Though I've actually just seen this only has a 2-day timer on it. You're guaranteed to get an epic commander invitation with 25 draws and a legendary within 50 draws. So that looks to be a better rate than you would get through this one here, which is every 100 draws, which is interesting. Though on here it says, legendary. Oh, sorry, mythic is still 100 draws, so ignore me. It's the same. It's also interesting that this is a separate counter from that of the regular chest, which is a little bit frustrating. We also have Wizard's Guidance here available. Gandalf the White and Beorn, very useful. Otherwise, not much. So Turbulence is probably the one we'll be looking to open here. We do have our free open of this, and then we'll probably look to open some of Turbulence. Oops. Misclicking constantly. Right, Turbulence, let's open a couple in here. Mainly what we're looking for is just low-level gear, to be honest, that we can sell and get some more of those ingots. 15th Matham, we do get a Sauron Respect item though, that's always handy. Epic Commander Invitation, we do get Dwalin. Honestly, for our gems, this is pretty bad value so far. Gandalf the White Respect item as well though. But there's 30 opens there, and then we can go back into our market and sell any of that gear. Right, have I got a filter? So I'm just selling basically green and blue at the minute to get ingots, and then we'll buy a ton more of those speed ups. Main reason is we're just trying, as I said, increase this market level. So I could also increase my number of silver ingots by swapping over from the gold ones, so I could exchange like this, which I may do again. Just the main thing I'm looking at is just getting that exchange level as high as possible with what we have available. Of course, we haven't done a massive Matham opening in a little while, which normally I do before the start of a season, and it will basically just make sure we have a ton of gear available to be swapped out. Let's just spend the 44, get that last bit. So now our trade rate has gone from 40 to 48, which sounds like it's not a massive difference, but it makes a big difference in the amount of resource that you lose, obviously, when you do this swap. If you're someone who's willing to spend a lot of money, I'd recommend opening a huge number of Matham chests before the start of your season. That way you can then upgrade your market level to almost the maximum, and you can get a huge amount of better value on the market. You'll see the levels as you increase, they just get better and better value. If you get to the point where you're at 80% trade rate at the beginning of your season, you're going to have double the amount of resource other people do when they do this barter swap at the beginning. So it's one of those things that if you're a spend willing player, you can get a huge advantage against others. So yeah, definitely something to be looked into. Now let's do some helps of others here for Huey. Now another thing I consider pretty much essential at the start of your season actually is investing and donating in the boost. So we don't have this available quite yet. Fellowship level 3, how close are we? We're getting there. Once we get to Fellowship level 3, we will donate, and those donations are key for getting as many members into your fellowship as possible, as soon as possible. And also you do, through the chapter unlock bits here and the challenges, you do get back basically what you've put in. So it's always worth doing here. Right, how close are we to this level 10? Activate ring abilities time 5, and then we're there. So we've done Court Construction, we've done Invigoration, we're definitely going to be using Clairvoyance, so that's 3. And we've got time. So I have to pick every single one before I can take level 10. Okay, we will do so. Nice. Ring at level 10 unlocks Command Arts, so we can get more formations in our army. It increases our territory limit. We get Conversion, which is very interesting. Which is a ring ability. Wow, I didn't realise that was back. That's been brought back from previous campaigns where you can call mob troops into your army. So I wonder how many troops that takes as 5. So it's whether it's worth spending 5 points. But I spent 3 on 20 stamina for 1 commander. So potentially it would have been better to convert some mob troops to my army and actually then have more troops in my army, which that could have been better value. So bear that in mind when you do it within your season. What else we got? We got XP switch here, which requires reputation 15, so not to worry about that. Reputation 12 for dominance. Tactical Roost changes the defenders of an unoccupied resource tile. So is that using a ring point to basically reset a tile? Well, that's just a waste of resource. Gather requires reputation 15. Diplomacy and conversion. Cool. So basically we've got what we wanted here anyway. So we can drop a few of these formations away and just make the change. So let's drop this one out here and here. So King of Men has Gandalf the Grey himself, and then we'll look to add Witch King here as a second damage dealer. So both of these will be single troop, and then have our support on max troop. Where's Serdan? Serdan next, and then as his damage dealers we'll use Bjorn. At some point we're going to have to use some of our main damage dealers again, get them leveled up. What do we got here? So we're going to have to pull out a few newer damage dealers. Let's put Lurtz in. Now we're not going to have the gear to use all of these at once, obviously. Cool, there's a couple of other formations ready to take. In the meantime, we are going to use some of our newly acquired speed ups from the market to shoot through these. We need 49,000 stone. Now hopefully chapter progression will get us here. Occupy 2 land tiles of level 4, potentially not. Or potentially not through this progression. But let's see what we've got from challenges as well. So we can claim a few levels of this here. Number of commanders at level 5 or above, we've got 10. Great one to do as early as possible. Just get a ton of formations all set out and ready. Number of commanders at level 10 or above. Was that? I definitely didn't have that, if that's what I was claiming there, but still. Cool. Said we had one on this as well, but evidently not. Or is it just saying we have new challenges here? But it's great the way they now display this, showing what the rewards are. I definitely recommend having a flick through and seeing which have resource rewards, as you'll want to kind of target those as soon as possible. Resource rewards, of course, absolutely amazing, because it'll help you relieve those bottlenecks as soon as possible. If you can get any kind of challenge that gives resource rewards, so for example, commanders at level 10 or above, if I then keep progressing that, get that at, maybe it's level 5 before, get that to level 10, try and get 10 commanders up to that level, and I get a big boost of stone, basically. Total plots of level 2 or above land, so again, when I get to 20, I'll get a big boost of stone here. It's always useful to try and prioritise these kind of things as soon as possible. Right, we're actually going to use our grain again here. As grain, we will get a little bit more in when we, as we will be, where am I going? We'll be sweeping soon. So sweeping will get us, a lot more grain. So at the minute we're just trying to rush prioritise these knights. So 10k iron ore remaining, but for that we do need to probably progress our chapter a little bit further. So to do so, yeah, we need level 10 and we need to start occupying level 4 land tiles. So let's find some level 3s and let's start taking them. As I'm acutely aware, the slower I go here at the beginning, the more of these land tiles are being eaten up. And we're in a little bit of a cul-de-sac here, so we need to do this as soon as possible. So these all set up for level 3s. I don't know how these are going to do. I'll get these up to level 7 or 8 and then I'll try one trooping with a triple army on a level 4 tile again, see when that's possible for a triple army. Give it a go, see what we can find. Gunther, which server am I on? I'm on Rings of Power, which is the brand new servers. Rings of Power 500, so it started this morning. Right. Can't remember which armies I just chucked into that formation there. So who have we got in here? We've got King of Men, Witch King, and Gandalf the Grey. So King of Men will of course need a weapon. Witch King's got his, and Gandalf the Grey will need his Noldor. And then once he's marched a little way, we can get our next team marching, and we can then just swap the gear straight over. And I'm trying to prioritise stone tiles here, as we're going to need as much stone production as possible, but it's not a huge amount to be seen, so let's tuck these away, unselect all, level 3 stone, unclaimed only. Cool. Right, who's in this army? Bayorn, Lurtz, and Serdan. Right, let's go again. That's interesting how much more Frodo and Sam and Bayorn lost versus Serdan and Witch King. So how did this get on with this level 3 tile? So you see, yeah, they lost almost nothing, which is still making me wonder if level 4 again is possible, but it's always a worry, the level 4 tiles, as that army step up is huge from 7 to 12, and also the tiles themselves step up from having 2 armies to 3. So it makes a big difference in the amount of HP the opponents have as well. So it is quite a big step up. If you're going to be one trooping like I am, you're going to have to stay on these lower level tiles for a couple of levels. Of course, there's a big there'll be a big jump up here in what tiles possible once you hit level 10. As once you get level 10, you can then equip a helm, which for your damage dealers will give a big attack boost and therefore a big damage boost. For your supports, a lot more focus or unit defense, and also the main thing is going to be a lot more HP. A lot more HP means, you know, more when you're one trooping. HP is your entire damage taken pool, so that'll be a big step up as well. You'll be able to, as soon as you get to level 10, jump up the level of tile that you can take. Right, let's get a sweepy formation going. So let's get Radagast for his healing ability, and then we need 2 damage dealers who are kind of not in our main one. So let's go Agzok. Do we go with Lothar as well? Or do we go Dwalin? Let's go Lothar. Let's put them that way around. Chuck a bunch of these troops on. Give them some gear, and then we'll get them out sweeping. 15% allied to 3 formations. For the first 3 rounds, restores HP. Right, which of these is better? Brown or healer? I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to go with the brown. Not 100% sure. In fact, what was that? 100% HP. Yeah, I think that's a higher heal percentage, so we'll go with that. Agzok, we want round 1 damage, really. Once each round for 2 rounds. Let's go with the Pursuer first. That looks like highest damage. Then we'll go into Shadow of the Mist. And Lothar, we want Weapons Master. As Weapons Master is an absolutely brilliant season start skill. The amount of damage it deals in those first rounds is huge. 600% per round. Massive, massive, massive damage. So Lothar is a pretty brilliant commander for the start of your seasons. Now we'll give them some damage gear. Maybe not the best damage gear we've got, but some decent backup damage gear. And Radagast will need focus or command for healing. Do I give him unit defense and more command, or do I give him focus? Is the real question. Let's go with the defense option. Command should increase his healing, and then we'll get sweeping. Right, Bayorn. So Bayorn didn't manage to take this tile. Did I have weaponry on him? I didn't, that'd be why. Still didn't actually lose basically any troops without any weapons on, so that's quite impressive. None of them had gear on, which would suggest to me that a level 4 tile is possible, but I don't want to take that jump too early. Right, sweepy sweeps. What do we got? Level 6 Dwarven Frontman, level 10 Hunters. What sweeps we get? So level 6 and level 10s are available. So 10s these Hunters, 6. So we've got a 12 Horsemen here as well. Let's do the level 6s. As previously, level 6s have been the ones that have given out stone-based tips. So we're going to sweep and just see what tips are available in this season. If it is the level 6s give stone-based tips, we'll focus on smashing as many level 6s as possible, getting as many stone tips in as possible, and that will really help with our resource bottlenecks. And we really need to get used to swapping this gear around as much as possible on our commanders, so that we don't have this situation here, basically. Right, so that formation was Lurtz, Bayorn. So Bayorn I'm going to give my Blazing Tongue. Cool, they'll take that anyway regardless. So let's look back at King of Men's formation. Next question is then whether I jump into a level 4 once again and see how that goes, just to try and find out. But if I do that, I won't have a formation to then hit afterwards until Bayorn comes back from this. So I think I'll hit one more level 3 with these and then I'll give it a try. So I'll send these over here with 1 troop. I suspect they might be able to take level 4s. Now I have 3 commanders, but until then, I'm not sure till I give it a try. So we'll find out what level is possible with 3 commanders. Now, one thing I haven't spoke about is kind of composition and what the server looks like. So I'll start from the beginning. Obviously, I've said that I'm working with the same fellowship that I always have previously. I'm still working with Home. We have actually got a new kingdom partner, however. We worked with Burn last season, who were previously called Luna, and swap names up every season. My thanks on record for them, as we had a good and successful season together. Obviously won a good number of capitals and had a very, very fun server. One of the least toxic servers, at least, that I've been on for a while. Definitely was enjoyable, so my thanks on record to them. We are now partnered with someone else actually who played within that server. So Mine and Darm pulled all their members into one fellowship, and that is now our kind of new sister fellowship for this season. So we take a look at what I'd say before we went through the rankings and it came up. So looking at who we have in our season. So currently at the Affluence, actually, Mine are top. So you'll see Mine are led now by Chris, who was Darm leader previously. Now they've combined all their members into one. You can see he's put it in his description. But yeah, Mine top of the early farming rankings, followed by Home here. Of course, my fellowship. And then we have King as well. So King, not sure we've played against these, but look like a strong fellowship. They've won their last 3 seasons. Looks like they've just made the move from RP as well, winning a fair few seasons in RP, and then they've won their next 2 in non-role play. So that looks like it'll be a tough competition, led here by Moon Rivia. So welcome to them to the server. Then we have Dant, who we've played against previously, led by Vins here. So we've played against Dant a few times, and they also won their last season. I believe they went to a season in the same, I think it was Rebuilding Glory. I think they went into a season in the same region as Small, I think, who we played 2 seasons ago. And then we have Ilil in here as well, who we know definitely played previously, and we know can be a very, very wild formation. So we'll see what level they are here. They're a little bit lower in the rankings than I expected they would be, but they were quite a notorious fellowship definitely a while ago, winning a lot of rings, and being a very, very strong fellowship. You see here 4 on the bounce. So a little bit less luck in the more recent seasons. Haven't won in 3, but in both getting gold badges. So definitely a strong potential opponent, potential ally. We'll have to see here. And then we also have Bull as well. So Bull with Kingda as their leader. We've obviously played them for a couple of seasons previously. Kingda actually featured in one of my seasons where we got we had all the fellowship leaders speak about the progress of the season, how things were going for them, etc. So potentially something I might look into doing again if we have a really competitive server. So yeah, welcome to Bull as well. And you can see there's a lot here fellowships who all have pretty high affluence. None of it drops off until, even like Tomb down here. There's a lot of active fellowships here. This is going to be, I think, a really active season. So we have Flame here, led by Anarian. Again, I see. So season 4 fellowship. It looks here. Not someone we've come up with before. We have Legion, and so Legion, of course, were our kingdom partners. Not our kingdom partners. Sorry, they were our allied kingdom last season. Gold badge, as you can see. Won a lot of seasons early on, particularly in role play. A little bit less luck in non-role play, but of course we had a good season with them last season, so we know kind of what they're capable of. We have Grind as well, who are actually quite high considering they only have 29 members in. They're quite high in the rankings, and they're actually a season 3 fellowships. That was interesting to see. Where are they located? They are in Iron Hills, so they're going to be kind of next to along with us. And then we have Tomb as well in the Darkland, led by Jericho. Again, quite high in the rankings considering they only have 20 members. You think about when they double that up to 40, they're going to jump right up here to be in line with a lot of these up here. So yeah, there's a ton of fellowships in here. So it's going to be very competitive in here. It'll be interesting to see how this server pans out over time. So that put this formation up to level 7. I think I might just send a level 4 here for the culture. See how many more troops we can kill on the same tile. There's got to be a record for that, and we're going to try and achieve it here. So let's call Aragorn back. Get all their HP back first and foremost. We're going to 1 troop our damage dealers, max Gandalf the White, and send them to their imminent doom. This is annoying where it doesn't show power on tiles unless you select all the resources. Really frustrating. Right, what's this? Level 4 grain. Let's test for a second time. See what the possibility is with 3 formations in your army, with 1 trooping 1 and maximising your tank. Let's see what's possible. It could be that again we're just going to run straight into our doom, but you know, we might see something a little bit better here. If we do, we'll if we do get a draw, we could send Beorn as well to finish it off. Just making use of secondary commanders here. We do have a ton of others that we could look to use once we've got additional armies available. Acutely aware we're not actually building anything at the moment, but we just need to take a few of these level 4s to then progress our chapter and get these levels up. So what did we get? We did get a failure, but a lot better failure than we had previously. So we lost the 100 troops on Gandalf. This is them, of course, at level 7. So I think a couple of levels in, definitely possible. Definitely possible. So let's 1 troop Beorn. Oops. Max Círdan here. Have they all got HP? No. There we go. HP restored. Let's do the gear swapperoo, and then we'll finish off that tile with this formation. So Beorn will keep that. Lurtz is the other one. The other problem with this gear restriction, of course, is that we can't build any gear sets, and it's also going to really increase the viability, particularly in early season, and strength of your gear sets, synergizing between weapon and helm in particular. If you think about it, if you unlock helm at level 10, so for example, King of Men here, I know you can hardly see it behind the level barrier, or behind my head anyway. Drums of Barad-dûr here with Perseverance, and then Perseverance also on the weapon. Problem is, I'm not going to be able to make this set until level 20 to get that Perseverance effect. However, if my helm had Perseverance, I'd get that straight away at level 10. If you get what I'm saying, that synergy between helm and weapon is going to be extremely important at the start of seasons, and be more valuable than synergy, say, between chest and accessory, or weapon and accessory, or anything and accessory. It basically makes helms significantly more valuable in your set effects. You're going to want to synergize your weapon and your helm as soon as possible to get the best you can from early season. Right, upon taking that level 4 tile, we didn't lose many troops. So of course, we lost our single troops and a lot of HP from our damage dealers, but we always knew that was going to be the case. But we didn't actually lose many troops from Círdan, who continues to do the Lord's work with his very impressive, damage received ability. He's very strong at that. Doesn't lose too much damage. Right, we need to take 1 more of those though. So it's a lot of HP gain. Right, well, we might just let them refresh for a little bit, let them come back, and then we'll look to take another one. Meanwhile, Sweepy Radagast is going to keep moving around. You see he's losing next to nothing. He might be losing 1 troop at a time, but he's picking us up some more grain, he's picking us up some more speed ups, and he's getting fellowship contribution in. And that's really important, as leveling up your fellowship means more members. So as your members come online, they can then join the fellowship, get the benefits of the fellowship, and also you get more donations, and it all just basically snowballs up. More members is great, more power, quicker that you'll level up through this. Now I want us to hit level 4, as I actually missed the donation on member expansion 2. We're about to hit level 4, so I need to keep an eye on that, as I want to donate as many as possible, as we do actually. There will be a challenge in here somewhere for donating that will give us an amount of stone or something similar. Right, we are still not moving currently, so so they are getting their HP back slowly but surely. I just not too wanting to spend that many of the little potions to get it back straight away. So we have very active early players around us as well, so they're chewing up a lot of early resources for us. This could become a problem as tiles start to dwindle, particularly when you get to the high power tiles. Got Christine down here as well, who I know from mine is a very, very strong player. So we're going to have quite a looks like we're going to have quite a few here, you know, strong tile hungry players all around us early. So we're going to have to make sure we get onto high power tiles as soon as possible. The other thing is, normally I wouldn't use these basically at all, other than when they hit, sorry, when I say these I mean my main commanders, until when they hit max stamina at all, basically until the end, towards the end of the first day, where I'd then take the highest power tile possible with my secondary formation, but with one of those in at a time to level them up as soon as possible. I actually have less free time today, as it's actually my birthday today. That's how everyone loves to spend their birthday, streaming in the morning. But yeah, so just doing a couple of hours stream here. I'll be doing it between 8 and probably 11:30, 12 UTC. You can see it's now 9 here. So yeah, I'll be streaming for a couple of hours, but then I'm actually getting on the road for a trip away for the weekend for my birthday. So I'm not going to have as much free time as I did to kind of min-max this as I did in previous seasons, where, you know, I ended a few thousand power ahead of people by the end of the first 24 hours. So we're not going to be min-maxing quite as much, which is why I'm willing to be a little bit more blasé with our troops as well, as we don't need to be 100% efficient. Of course, we're still going to try and get as much power as possible in the first 24 hours, and I will keep you guys updated as we progress through the season, but through the first day and the first week, etc. But yeah, I've got not as much free time, so I'm actually willing to use a lot more of my main team stamina, because then it will regenerate in the few hours that I'm on the road. So cool. What are we looking at within World Chat? So people are sharing various commanders. There is an Oglurg formation here from Help, who's already got two of his commanders up to level 12 with Oglurg and Witch King here. Very nice. Of course, got those now 2 gear slots in as well. It's a bit of shameless self-promotion. Bit of shameless self-promotion early on. Let's see if we've got any more battle reports or anything here. Quite often early on you do see battle reports, but nothing straight in here. Nothing in the Ered Mithrin chat, but Fellowship will have some in. Huey here is, what's he running with? So he's got Bjorn, Dane and Gandalf the White already rocking and rolling. Lovely formation here. Zenith 4, Dane, R10, Bjorn. We can only dream. We can only dream of how strong this will be at season start. But 5 mobs there. See, another chunk of resource coming into the kitty. How is our Fellowship level looking? Are we level 4? We are, so we can now dump. So I know, what's this, 20 donations is what, 200 grain we're putting in here? 200 grain, almost nothing. Help level up our Fellowship, and hopefully we complete a challenge, but I think it might just be progression towards one of these. But when we get to a certain point of grain spent, we will get a chunk of resource. I can't remember which point we unlock it. Maybe we unlock it a little bit further on, but yeah, 200 grain definitely worth spending just to get those Fellowship levels up, get that contribution in, as of course the contribution that we generate will be very useful in the store and stuff later on. Right, how are we looking for healing? Okay, so these are all healed up now, so we're going to do the same again. I'm starting to think actually that Serdan might be the better support here for this one, as this was kind of my secondary main, and actually Serdan has been wildly outperforming Gandalf the White, at least looks to be. So I'm going to see what happens if I now swap these round and do it this way and demote Gandalf a little bit and see how much better this goes. So right, damage weapon on King of Men. Witch King's got his. Serdan still has the Noldor. Another level 4 tile. Throw our troops to their imminent doom. we've got to level up on Radagast sweeping these mobs. That's the other thing. We could level up our commanders sweeping mobs, as you know, Radagast has used less stamina than a lot of these up here, and is a higher level. So if we wanted to kind of maximise maybe even our main commanders' XP gains, chucking them at high level mobs may actually be the quicker way, because of course it's only 10 stamina to march and take out a mob versus 20 stamina for taking out a tile, and mobs tend to be a lot weaker. How do we get on? Oh, not a good one. So we might actually have to start clairvoyancing soon, as you know, as we hit these more troublesome tiles, we're actually, you know, the difference here is massive between how much we've won or lost. So we may actually want to start. Of course, that could have been Serdan, the change as well. That could be on me. But we may wish to start clairvoyancing now for easier tiles. They did level up though, so handy to get a few more of these in. Nazgul maximised will be huge for that stun in the first 2 rounds as well. That'll definitely help. Right, Gandalf the Grey, sorry. Noldor sword. Beorn's got a weapon, and Lurtz needs his weapon. Perfect. Right. I'm not actually sure this is going to take it on the second hit, because I don't think we did enough damage in the first one. We might lose a lot of troops here again. So we're definitely going to start using Clairvoyance, as long as Clairvoyance no longer costs ring points, which it doesn't. So what we can start doing is we can start using Clairvoyance like this, picking out which armies are on tiles. So in this case, we've got Shagrat, Uthak, and Grishnach. Seeing what skills they have, seeing how high damage they are. So this is actually fairly high damage, but it's nowhere compared to the Dwalin one. Okay, we did take that easily as well. Good, good, good. Maybe White Council was the choice. Maybe we missed it a little bit on the second hit, but either that or maybe it was just significantly easier on the second hit. Right, we need to get a commander to level 10. That is what we need to hurry up and get on with as soon as possible. Level 10. At this rate, Radagast is going to be the one who gets there first, and that would be a pretty sorry showing if that's the case, but let's keep him sweeping. Have we got any tips in from him doing that? Yes. Yet we have, but the dwarves are giving us 5k grain. Oh, don't like 5k grain. 5k grain is not nice. So we get grain plenty normally. Stone is what you normally want, so maybe the mobs in Ered Mithrin and not the mobs that we're looking for. I know when we spawned previous seasons, the Uruk-hai dropped 5k stone, and that makes that a massive. That makes the region you spawn in a massive difference. I haven't thought about this previously, so maybe if you're looking to spawn start of season, actually spawning on the west side around Isengard can be a brilliant season start, as getting stone in the tank early through these tips will definitely be valuable for getting that maximum amount of resource. So yeah, huge difference you can make here. I will try sweeping the higher a couple of higher level mobs around here, seeing if they give tips as well. CTG, I wake up and I'm already happy. It's great to hear. Do you also think it's annoying that there is minimum level for gear? Yes, I covered this briefly a little bit earlier on, that yeah, minimum level for gear does make things a little bit tricky. It makes one trooping a lot harder. That's why we've kind of been testing out what's possible, why we've had a few more failures here. Of course, after a bit more experience, we will be able to work out when to make that step up a little bit better than we have recently. But it also massively increases the need for your set effects to synergize between weapon and helm, so that you can get those set effects straight away at level 10. It's also going to change the kind of early season meta of which season effects are better. Something like Sharp Blade. If you can get a Sharp Blade set between weapon and helm right at the beginning, will be brilliant. Because if you think about it, once Aragorn reaches level sorry, let's pick another one who's got gear on. Beorn reaches level 10, so he's got 56 attack at the minute with this weapon on. He might get another 30 or 40 from his helm, and then from leveling up to level 10 he'll be at it'll be around 100 basically, 90 to 100. But actually having a Sharp Blade 2-piece set gives him plus 10 attack, so that's going to give him a huge boost. You know, a 10% boost to almost to his damage will be pretty meta, I think, for at least for early season. Of course, once you've got a full gear set, then that's where the kind of usual meta of things like perseverance will become more valuable. But yeah, early season, something like sharp blade between helm and weapon, I think is actually going to be really, really important. Nathaniel, hello mate, which region are you at? I think I'm in the same season. Welcome, Nathaniel. Which hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If I haven't, forgive me. Which region are you in? I'm currently, well, we spawned in Ered Mithrin, and I have been dumped right up here in the Northern Wastes, as far away as humanly possible from civilization. I want it to be kind of down over here, you know, but unfortunately, for me, it's not letting me click anywhere. You know, I want it to be down over here. Don't know why it's not letting me click. Very strange. Yeah, I want it to be down over here, but unfortunately cannot be, so we're stuck right in this top corner. Just based off the teams in this season so far, what do you think will happen? I know it just started, but it's fun to see others' opinions. As you said, it's just started. It's absolutely impossible to tell. So around our region, of course, we have us and Mine, who are a partnership, trying to judge where others have spawned and who their partners are. So you've got Dant in Enedwaith. Is there anyone else in Enedwaith? TUFP, so that could be their partners, but they could choose to kingdom up with someone in another region, of course, as well. So you can never be sure. King look very strong here. Same with Ilil as well. Now, Ilil, I think, have not shown their full power. They're 5th here in the rankings, but just from reputation alone, I think they're probably one of the teams with the highest, or probably the team with the highest reputation in the server at the minute, or definitely because their past used to be incredibly strong, so they're going to be really good. We've played Bull in the past, know they can be very strong. King we haven't played before, but based off their season record are very, very strong. There is no way of telling how the season's going to grind out, basically. Dant we've played before, and whilst they won the last season and their record's pretty decent, as you can see, and they're now 2nd in the power rankings at the minute, so there is no way of telling. They could have powered up significantly since last time we played them. Who knows, basically. Home as a fellowship doesn't really conduct. We don't conduct pre-season politics. I find it a little bit distasteful when people create alliances before the season started. Of course, go in with your kingdom partner, but create alliances between kingdoms before the season's even started and rig a server from the beginning. I find that very distasteful. So yeah, so that we currently will, our leaders will probably start getting that underway pretty soon, but at the minute, not sure how this will go. Sorry. But of course, I will be doing season updates as time goes on, so you'll be able to see the season kind of evolve as time goes on. So make sure you tune in for those, and you'll be able to tell as we go along. Missed the start. Maybe next season you could join, have other meetings. Today, yeah, just the main thing will be just joining up the fellowship and jumping along with them. Even if you can't start the first few hours, you know, you don't always have to min-max everything right from the beginning. I know a lot would like to, but you know, you can just join in. You'll see we've only got 45 of our members online at the minute, and that's because home nowadays is dominated by US players a lot of the time. Northwest regions, so time zone wise, it's unfavourable for them. Whereas when everyone comes online, this will massively jump up. Not aggressive thinking, but does Mine and Home even need allies? Too strong together? Well, you can see we're not dominating the power rankings or anything like that yet. Yeah, Mine and the Mine Fellowship with these combined members of Mine and Dharm, it's kind of a new build. We're trying to work together for the first time, so we don't know how well that'll go, how well we synergize together. You know, a million different things could happen. Power rankings, no one's running away with it, as you see. And as I've said, there are a lot of other strong fellowships in here. I think if you go without allies, that would be unwise, because if you think about it here, so say we've got at this current point, say 216k power, so 226k power. You go against everyone. What have you got here? You've got 500k of power of active fellowships against us if that happened. And then you've also got the just bare tiling. Teams could beat us without ever having to fight us. They could just tile and tile and tile and keep us at arm's length. So you'd always going to need allies just for numbers. Numbers will win a season more so than being a huge, a big fellowship. And we're by no means a huge team, huge fellowship. Did you know a Ragnar in home? One of the friends I made with a small account. We did have a guy called Ragnar. We worked together. I think he stayed with Burn, I believe, unless he's jumped back across for this season. But yeah, I believe he was Dawn then Burn, I think. What do you think about Gaia? Ran with them for a bit, but never got to play against us. Yeah, we've never played against Gaia. I honestly couldn't comment much on them. I know them by reputation only, basically. So yeah, don't know them personally or well enough to risk irking them or other people. Or yeah, I know only by reputation alone, basically. Sneaky, welcome coming in. Great to see you. It's going very, very well. Thank you. Hopefully you're doing well. I've seen a lot of your content recently, and it's really, really, really good. So thank you for tuning in. Much appreciated. Kiri, hoping to be in the mine team. I didn't meet the cut-off. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you can join for future seasons. Chat is absolutely popping at the minute, so thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much appreciated. Right, we're still wasting a little bit of stamina here, taking these level 4 tiles, taking 2 hits, but we do need to get these levels up. Oh, this is going to hurt. He's made a mess up. Misclicking. Didn't have gear on Serdan, so that's going to sting. We did still get a draw though. We'll definitely take that. We'll take a draw with a little bit of a mess up in the middle of that. We'll let that play out then for 5 minutes, because by the time that draw plays out, all these commanders will come back and get their HP back, and then they should have enough to take the remainder of that tile. So nice. We know that kind of Shagrat tile is doable. That's always good to see. Right, another level 4 tile, preferably stone. So let's look again. Level 4 stone tile. Why can't I search? Oh, you can only do level 5s on that. Okay. Wood and ore, level 4. That rhymed. It's a little bit far away. I'm worried that if we don't draw, basically, you get an L. So, but if that's the closest one, that is the closest one. Could always just send a second team to obviously finish it off. We do have Radagast floating around doing our sweeping. Let's go for it. Let's try and make sure they don't hit at the same time as... How long is that? 2 minutes 8. Perfect. So it's not going to hit at the same time as the draw concludes as our second one. So we can use this gear on the formation that's now hitting. I've now noticed they're also a level or 2 below. So this is definitely going to be a loss here. So we will definitely need that Radagast team to come in and mop up afterwards. Excuse me. So we'll swap this gear over. Give this a go. Take a defeat with this and then swap them over. We just need our level 10 commanders so we can progress, and then we can start building our knights. In fact, I might even just conscript a few of these here. So I'm acutely aware we've been wasting a bit of time with these. How's Lord of the Rings? Yeah, it's going well, to be fair. I'm enjoying it. I think a lot of the updates recently have been going in the right direction. The game itself could really use something of an injection, as I know they're trying to bring back previous players back to the game. There's definitely not as many as there was previously. It's seen a big drop off. Just in video response alone, I think it gets a lot less, particularly than say like the Age of Empires game recently. But the game itself I still find incredibly enjoyable, and I know a lot of others do too, which is why I kind of do these streams still. I know a lot of people still really, really enjoy it. So I think the game's very much going in the right direction now after a bit of a turbulent period. So it's about the game developers continuing to move in the right direction and kind of get player base back on side, as they did lose a lot of a lot of players, particularly early on. I think they need to fix Season 1 still, as new seasons don't really represent the same as what happens here. I don't really know what they're doing there. They're making it very, very story-based, for example, trying to mimic other games, and I don't think it suits Rise to War very much. But if they can get the player base kind of back engaged, I think it could still be a really successful game. It's going well so far. And I think they're still bringing out new campaigns and new commanders, so the devs are definitely back focused on the game. So this new campaign I'm really enjoying so far. So yeah, hopefully it'll be continue to move in the right direction. But overall, very, very enjoyable. CTG, do you know if in Season 2, if there's a max of 100 players per fellowship in a kingdom, 2 fellowships? I'm sorry, I have no idea. I haven't played Season 2 in a fair old while. I tried a few Season 1s to see what that was like, and as I said, I think it's not fully representative of this game. It's now a very, very different experience. They've kind of tried to make it more story-based. I don't find it massively enjoyable, if I'm being honest, so I didn't ever make it through to Season 2. I might have another look at a Season 1 server at some point to give it a work out what's going on in Season 1 and 2 now, but currently, no idea, sorry. Shy, in Season 2 there's 1 fellowship per kingdom, but you can upgrade to 200 members. Well, there you go, that's the answer for everyone there. 200 member fellowships, and that's kind of similar to what we saw in the PBE, had 200 members per fellowship. I wonder if that's because Season 2 tends to have a lot more players as loads of Season 1s gather into one, or if that's a plan that they're looking to bring in for the main game, because if they had it in PBE and they're bringing it in for Season 2, potentially that might be something they look to bring in for the main game. Rather than kingdoms of 2 fellowships, they might just have a 200 player fellowship all in. Kyrie, just now realised you've been playing Age of Empires and I'll probably watch it soon. How's the game been for you? I really, really enjoy the Age of Empires game, to be fair. If you are going to give it a try, I'd recommend sticking with it. At the beginning, it is one hell of a learning curve. In my opinion, compared to this, the beginning of Age of Empires is extremely complicated. There's a lot of concepts, currencies, the UI is a little bit cluttered. There's always 15 to 20 events going on at any one time, so it can be very overwhelming right at the beginning. So I'd recommend sticking with it, and the other thing I'd recommend is trying to find a good active alliance as soon as possible who communicate, through Discord, etc. I was brought into the game by some people I actually played Rise to War with previously, who asked if I wanted to give it a try, and then when I enjoyed it, that's when I started making content on it. But they helped me massively with my understanding, so actually having others in your alliance who are very friendly with you and very helpful will make a huge difference in getting over that very steep early learning curve. There's a lot of videos by various different creators as well that are very, very useful with beginner guides, etc., which will really help again with getting over that steep curve, so I'd recommend looking at as many of those as possible. Sneaky, I heard they had a few rough patches and heard recent patches to fix it again, so interesting to see. Yeah, I think the devs kind of, the 2.0 move was, in my opinion, pretty unsuccessful. The changes they made, they didn't listen to a lot of the feedback that was received, and therefore it went down really poorly when they released it. But recent patches, they've been trying to bring the game back to a reasonable level. For example, there's a lot of commanders, like troop-based commanders, that they've made more viable. Previously, there was 3, maybe 4 commanders that were the only 4 you could use. Whilst they're still very, very strong, they have made other commanders more usable, and they're making changes, in my opinion, in the right direction. I just think they really need to think about keeping player base numbers high. There's a few other changes that I think were not great still as well. Like, for example, they changed the season pass here, which they basically, it looks like there's more on here, but a lot on here is speed ups and things like that. And they reduced the number of Matham coins and the number of gems available from the previous one. And for very low spend players, the season pass was kind of the staple. That was the thing they'd spend on every single season to get the best value they possibly could and get their Mathams in. And I think changing it and reducing that really hits low spend players, so they then don't really get many Mathams, and the gap between high and low spend got bigger. So that was one of those things that, yeah, was not as good of a change. But overall, the changes recently have been 99% positive. I think it's definitely moving in the right direction from where it was previously. Thing with Age of Empires Mobile, you need to learn how each expedition minigame pairs with which mechanic. But once you do, it makes sense, but it is a learning curve. 100% agree. There's so many like mini games that are crucial you participate in. I think I made a video about mistakes not to make, and I definitely made pretty much all of them when I started. We are not going to get this tile. How do you manage to draw a second time? That is poor. And he had gear on. Sorry, I lost my trail of thought a little bit here. And the march is 2 minutes, so we're not going to get that tile with Bjorn. That's pretty disappointing there. Anyway, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. But there's a million mini games in Age of Empires. You have, you have like the fishing one where you can get additional food every day, which is something completely different. You have like the battle expedition where you have to kill a certain number of armies with various skills. And it is quite a steep learning curve to get to the point where you know everything needed. Even now, there's a lot of events that I quite often don't participate in as much as I should do. I've missed quite a few that actually turn out to be incredibly good value for rewards. So, but yeah, I'll move a little bit away of Age of Empires. I'm going to stick with Rise to War for now, or else don't want to disengage everyone from here. Biggest regret I have in this game was converting a single piece of classic gear over to 2.0. That's another thing I think they've done somewhat towards fixing. I think a lot of people had a little bit of animosity about the fact you couldn't go between classic and 2.0 gear. At least if you converted, it was permanent. And then we saw, particularly with Sauron's and Initiative gear, classic gear very much became like meta staple gear. And if you'd converted it, you were basically out of luck. So yeah, it wasn't great to see at the beginning, but now I think with the change to Sauron and his initiative not being quite as key, we're not seeing that being as strong as it previously was. And I think with HP becoming more and more valuable, particularly early season, with this change here, I think we will see a lot more people convert to 2.0 gear, and we'll start seeing classic drop away. And playing it's very confusing and overwhelming, as you said. Alliance, is very powerful, but sadly very inactive. I'd recommend trying the first season, even if you just play free to play, use it as a learning experience, and then you can always just start again on another account. It's not always the best way to play, as it will, your fellowship was going to lose a player at some point, but just from a learning experience, play the game, see how you get there. Once you understand, you can start afresh. Zorro, welcome to the chat. Hopefully you are doing well and have started well in your season. How good's Legolas? My boy be killing it. Yeah, Legolas actually has had a pretty substantial buff. In fact, I haven't actually used him yet this season. I was meaning to add him as one of my early commanders, but he's had a pretty big buff actually. I did a commander guide on him recently. He's now got 3 damage skills, and once ascended and given good gear, he's right up there as a very, very strong near the meta commander. So yeah, brilliant commander. Give it a go, Sneaky. See how it's going. Right. We have been chatting away with chat, but what we have not been doing is moving forwards. So we do need to. That's how we managed to mess up that Bayonne one, not paying attention. So we will just send back at this one here with King of Men, and I'm hoping that's going to get us close to level 10. What do we need? So Gandalf needs 2,700 experience to get to level 10. So he's not quite going to get there, but he'll get close. Legolas goes brewer, indeed. Very, very much so. Great thing is he can inflict huge damage, but he also counters a lot of the meta skills, like he counters Gandalf the White, for example, who's one of the meta commanders at the minute. So he definitely does do very well. Not sure if biased, but it feels like Isildur is crawling back to being good, especially with the madness fix making his relic good. Isildur was actually another commander I did a commander guide on recently. 100% agree. I don't think he's right at top meta, but his problem still is that troop support still needs that little bit more of a buff. Of course, it had the recent kind of 2.5 patch buff, improving troop support. I still think he needs a tiny bit more, but yeah, he's still very, very strong. He's still good. He did take a real hit moving from Classic to 2.0, going from one of the meta commanders to, you know, very little seen. I'd say he was probably a worse tank than Frodo and Sam for most of 2.0, but recent patch has definitely made him very, very strong again. And he's one of those commanders that the more you invest, the more value you get out of him. As you said, his relic is very good with the madness. And also all 4 of his skills are valuable. Like, all 4 skills are good. So the more you invest in him, you're going to keep seeing value. It's not like when you hit a certain point with Dane, for example, and you have all of these maximized skills, you then have to start increasing unit attack, which is absolutely useless for him. Isildur actually has 4 good skills. Like, all of them are good. So yeah, I think you could do a lot worse than going with Isildur, definitely. Another draw here. Again, we didn't use Clairvoyance, which was a bit foolish, but we did hit an LOTR, which was nice. So we got a draw. Didn't lose too many, I suppose. We lost less than last time, at least. And of course, those dead commanders in the first 24 hours will come back in time to finish that tile, so we will have a success on that one. Getting this to level 10 is taking way longer than expected. I'm glad I actually did set to conscript a couple of ponies. In fact, I might get a couple more coming in. So these will be really useful, these. So the reason we're conscripting medium units here is, for anyone who didn't watch my season start last season, is a lot of early season tiles use small units. So see here, these small archers. So on the commanders that we're looking to deal damage with, the 1 troop commanders, so King of Men, Witch King, we're going to put medium units on them, because then they'll counter the small units of the tiles, which will give them the 10% less damage received, which will help their very low HP stats remain the ones they're taking the damage in and why they have 1 troop. It's going to help reduce that damage they take by 10%, but it's also going to increase the damage they deal by 10%. So that should really make us be able to step up, and I think once I do that, add those mounted units in, we should be able to take these level 4s without the draw, basically. It's been an hour and we're almost done with the first chapter. Blimmin' heck, are we? Oh wow. Yeah, 13,000 tiles been taken in an hour. This is going to be a pretty good server, I think. The activity here is insane. Dant have now taken top spot in the I was going to say power rankings. They call it at least an affluence ranking now with the change in this server. But yeah, so it's going to be pretty accurate. I think you're pretty accurate there. It's going to be very, very active and very strong. You can just see how many of these teams are active, even like all the way down in 12th. You've still got 60k power coming through in Queen. Like, these fellowships are active and are taking tiles, which is pretty great to see. We, on the other hand, are nowhere near the top. You see some people like Tharwin here. So Tharwin's a recent pull into home recruit. He was in our last season. Very kind player. Someone you will have seen in a couple of my reports. I was getting clashed by every 2 minutes and getting zeroed. But yeah, I think he was in Wolf, I think, last season. But yeah, he's already got level 19 commanders. You can see he's got Shadow in here. No gear at the minute. Lovely Shadow, respect 13. Bayon here, respect 10. Football Star, of course, always very, very strong. Incredible commanders in gear. So very high up. You can see they're already at level 18. You've got Meat as well at all the way up here, and poor us are still sitting with level 9 commanders. So we did need to use our mains at some point as well. We will start throwing these at tiles. We're just taking our time. We're taking our time, progressing slowly, being efficient. It'll all come back when their stamina runs out. Hopefully we'll be taking higher power tiles, so it will stack and push us up a level a little bit. Keep you aware we haven't got Sweepy Radagast doing anything at the minute. I might try him on some of these level 10 mobs and see how he does, and see if there's any tips to be had for level 10 mobs, as these level 6 ones with grain are not really where it's at. We could also do this resource cart as well, which will give us a little bit of a booster resource. Who are we not going to use? We won't use Azog. Let's chuck him in. Doesn't matter if we waste his stamina. He can go do that. Moving pretty quickly, yeah, definitely. Slow and steady wins the race, agreed. If you see my video from last season, I think I was pretty efficient there. I'm being a little bit less efficient here with kind of hitting into tiles and trying to discover what armies they have on them for, you know, just kind of for the laugh of seeing how the changes have been affected with the gear and stuff, seeing what tiles are possible. But it'll all help in future seasons. But last season I was insanely efficient. Like I think I ended like 2,000 power ahead of the next person at the end of the day. And I did that by just being incredibly slow, and I think I was floating around the top 20 or so for most of the day, and then when we hit 130 power tiles, whereas others only had a little bit of stamina left, my mains basically had full stamina, so I was just smashing those tiles and was able to pick up 10 to 20 right at the end, including a 200 power tile at the end as well, which put me pretty high above most people. Cool, one more of these and we will have level 10 commanders. So that's great. This is really annoying me. It's telling me to put skills on Azog. Go on then. Let's just chuck it on here. He's only being used. In fact, I can take his formation apart now straight away. It's only being used so we can do this tavern tip and get a bit more resource in. So what we need to build is this here. Oh, we've already got enough resource for it. Cool. And now we've got knights. Rangers as well. Not bothered by rangers. We want knights. We want knights as soon as possible. Let's wait to see what we need on the chapter first before we start building again. Level up our season pass. So we get a manuscript chest as part of the season pass, which is interesting. So we've got 7 of these. So what does this give us? 7 manuscripts for Shadow. What does that? Is it what upped his respect by? Is that 490 we got there? Where is he? Oh yeah, so it basically just buffed his respect. Still not quite enough to get to respect 12, but we're getting a lot closer. Right, Radagast, let's keep this sweeping up. Eventually Radagast is probably going to become our highest level commander here, because how much are they getting for these sweeps? So that was a level 10 mob, lost almost no troops, 1,500. So not quite as much as these level 4 tiles, but of course the loss is nearly 0. I wonder what happens if he hits this level 12. Starting to think that maybe for our main commanders actually sweeping might be the best way to get their experience up. But then of course we need the resources. We do need the resources. We've got almost no resource production at the minute. Right, one more hit with these and we will get them up a level. Right, now I'm going to show what I mean by the one trooping with mounted units. So let's just check this out, make sure it's a similar-ish level tile, and we should see them take it with relative ease compared to the previous ones. So we've got a Haldir. So Haldir actually is a pretty rough commander to pick up, because he does actually do a lot of damage here with his early skills. Same with Hergon. Compare that to Ori, though I suppose Dwalin's a good commander as well, but we'll still show off with regardless. We'll still show what the mounted buff can do. We should see a lot more damage come through from those 2 main damage commanders as a result of the counter buff. I didn't actually check if they were using small units. Yeah, they are. So basically, because Clairvoyance costs 0 ring points, we're just going to keep hitting small units, making use of that counter buff, keep clairvoyancing, making sure we're always hitting the best we possibly can. So we've got some reports here. We've got Tharwin here, showing him hitting at level 13. So level 13, he hit level 6, and is that with 1 troop? Yeah, so he was 1 trooping level 6s at level 12 or 13. Good to see. So now we know when we can start stepping up. So that surely should mean we should be able to step up to level 5 soon. Obviously, we'll see how this level 4's been doing. We have lost on a few of them. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but yeah, big chunk of resource there. Nice. claim a big chunk here from mobs defeated, so that's why we're doing that as well. Get a few challenges in. What else we got? Commanders level 10. Nice. Oh, we lost a bit too much there on Radagast for my taste. We won't be hitting those level 12 mobs again. Did we at least get a tip for it? No. More wastage. But he has hit level 10. It's quite amusing that our sweep team is now our highest level team. Oh, it's quite amusing actually. It's not the best planning from us, but still. Let's get a sharp blade set in here then. I think I said earlier that I actually think sharp blade sets are going to become really quite important early on. Because his attack now is boosted but from 82 up another 10 to 92 as a result of just having a 2-piece set. I think that would be really useful. But yeah, we're going to keep burning Radagast stamina anyway. We'll probably get him down to about 100 and then swap for another sweep team, as he could actually be very useful for taking tiles as we move forward. So we'll keep a little bit of stamina in him. Nice amount of resources. What do we need for progression? So we need level 4 on all of these. And then we need one more level 4 tile, so we will get another progression here in a moment as well. We've got 6 commanders level 10. It might even be worth pushing this up and getting another set in a minute. And actually, he didn't do as well. Oh no, so he did do a lot better than last. I was about to say didn't do as well as expected. So this tile, this Haldir tile, is a lot harder than the Ori one we did previously. And you'll see basically got a lot better result. We've got 1, 2, 5 remaining. Whereas on the Ori tile, which is a lot easier, only 66 was remaining. And that's because of that counter buff. It's made sure we have almost double the number of troops available because the damage has just gone up massively from our 1 troop damage dealers, so they'll take that easy. Right, we do need to use our main team as well for a little bit. Dane in particular is up to 293, the other two up to 290, and Gandalf the White 273. So I might even take one of the damage dealers from here. Who's been dealing the most damage in the reports? About the same there. Witch King quite heavily there. Wow, heavily King of Men there. It's about the same. So I'm probably going to chuck King of Men in with maybe Dane and Gandalf the White. Welcome to the stream, Kaz. Thank you for tuning in. Look who is in the top 3. Is it yourself playing? No. Oh, it is you, Capcaz. So you running Cap's account for a little bit, are you, or are you running LT's account at the same time, Lord Tyrannus's account? If so, you're gonna be rushed off your feet. Right, keep sweeping these level 10 mobs. I want to get a tip. I want to see what the tips are for these level 10 mobs. And then I'm going to call this back and maybe even keep Serdan and then not just chuck Dane in, take 1 or 2 tiles. No, it's his permanent. Okay, so you've given it over to LT. Because that was your account previously, wasn't it? And then you kind of, between you, passed it back and forth. Okay, back to farming. Well, thanks for tuning in. Oh, right. We just need to speed up. We really need to accelerate here. Oh, no wonder. I just realised we hit that there, had the draw, and I didn't actually. No wonder it didn't go as well as expected as well. We didn't add the relevant gear to him as well. So, Witch King, we need HP and focus really. Command's not great. Unit attack and defense not great. So I'm thinking this Bone Mask might be better. HP, 18 focus. Let's go with that. Could run this classic gear on him with Hysteria. Still gives 18 focus. Gives him some more initiative. But I think the loss of Commander HP is too much of a downgrade. And then I will put this one on Serdan for more unit defense, more command. Should make him even more tanky. Right, I think with this formation we'll now be able to take level 5 tiles. Completely forgot to re-gear them again. Should be able to take level 5 tiles. Remembered for my sweep team, forgot for the main tile team. We hate troops here. We love killing our troops as much as possible. However many troops we have, murder them as quickly as possible. Right, we're going to chuck in a load of knights here, because we're going to start using those also for our tanks as well. We want our tanks to take 10% less damage. Serdan, actually, as you've seen in some of those reports, is actually dealing a good amount of damage because his high command. So actually dealing 10% more damage and taking 10% less will help him a lot as well. Still love him, I'm not going to lie. I got flamed last season for using him, but it's been so good. So good as that healing kind of tank in our team, the one with all the troops. I'm actually thinking about using this Radagast and chucking him in one of the teams. He's only respect 2, but as you're seeing, he's getting almost no losses on these mobs because he's just healing so much. I wonder what he could do on tiles. I think he might be worthwhile putting in the main team, especially now respect 2 actually gives us access to both his healing skills, whereas previously we needed respect 3 and I couldn't bring myself to put respect items into him. But yeah, I think we might actually use him even at respect 2 and chuck him in as that support. So we'll have Gandalf the White, we'll have Serdan, Radagast. I think those are pretty good support choices in my opinion. But for now I'll just keep him levelling up because then we can use him to do that slingshot levelling that I mentioned earlier. Right, let's bring Aragorn back. And we need to use some stamina on Dane. So which king is going to drop out? Level 7 Dane's going to come in. One troop. We'll need to heal their HP actually. Nice. Right, do I start with the level 4 or do I just go balls to the wall on a level 5 tile? That's the real question. What level are the commanders on a level 5 tile? 15. That's what we did against level 12s. I want to do it, but I'm thinking it's probably the wrong decision. I want to do it, but I think it's the wrong decision. Let's be a little bit safer for now. We've killed enough of our troops. Too many times already. Another ore tile. We've got horrible amounts of grain around here. Like there's just a massive lack of grain. It's horrendous how poor our grain production is so far. Let's send King of Men over here. Level 11 for the sweep team, who are quickly becoming our strongest team. Another boost of attack for LOTR. See, these guys could start taking tiles now they've swept a little bit. That's the thing, as I'm considering just dropping them onto tiles for a bit and taking advantage of it. But anyway, main thing is affluence done, up to the next ring level. So ring reputation has now hit level 12, which allows us to get dominance is the primary thing, so we'll take that as soon as possible. Increased territory limit, of course, not that we're anywhere near our territory limit with 14 tiles, but we will start getting towards that as time goes on. What else do we get? We got conversion as well. I don't think I'm going to take this. I don't want half the mob to join our barracks. 5 ring points, I think, is just a bit too expensive for what you get. I'd rather use it on invigoration and get more stamina for our main team, so I'll leave that for now. Or of course gathering, once we've got gathering available, which is reputation 15, so we're creeping towards it. That'll be a huge jump. I think King of the Dead will be very pleased with the amount of troops you've sacrificed. Stop. Aren't King of the Dead's troops, his troops were, well, all of them were cursed as a result of cowardice? Are you suggesting that all of my troops died because of cowardice? I'd argue the opposite. They died in honour. They died so all the others afterwards could live. Right, I might even conserve these guys' stamina and set up a second sweep team now, because I want to use those for tiles later on. So we've got Aragorn, Serdan and Dane marching, and of course Dane doesn't have any gear on. Weaponry choices here are difficult, so I'm actually going to put that on him, and then King of Men I'm going to go for, I'll give that the whip because I can then give him this helm as well and get a Warcry set in. This is another set I think that's, whilst it's fairly middle of the road when it comes to PvP, I think early season this could be really valuable. Warcry, 10% damage first 3 rounds. If you're one trooping, having a Warcry, helm and weapon together, I think that's going to be really valuable. So we'll see how this goes. Serdan's got gear. Dane, of course, only needs a weapon. Cool. I've made the mistake so many times of not having gear on. I'm like triple checking. Died with honour, you say? Yes, I insist. I insist they died honourably. There we go. Taking a level 4 tile. See, suddenly nearly no loss. This is what I mean. I think we're ready. I think we're ready for level 5 tiles. We'll use Dane for one more march. See, I bottled it. Absolutely bottled it. I think a level 5 tile is possible, and I still hit level 4 instead. He's bottled it. Absolutely bottled it. Right. Jokes aside. Let's get this done. You can see the impact the counter buff's having already on our outputs. Significantly stronger than they were before. Right, who's going to become Sweep Team 2 is the real question. So we need someone to be like our tank, or kind of help everyone else survive. I could go Isildur. Have I got another healer somewhere? Have we got another healer somewhere? Nothing's springing to mind, as should be my next tank, so I think Isildur might be the choice. Could go Elrond, who will tank fairly well. What are Thranduil's skills as well? So he does have healing. Tempted. Having seen the good healing coming from Radagast, I'm tempted to try Thranduil. I know a lot of you are probably screaming at me. Screaming at me not to do it. But Isildur, I just don't think, because he hasn't got any healing, he's going to take a little bit more loss on those mobs. But then he'll be a lot more valuable moving forwards, I think, than the others. No, let's go Isildur. Let's go Isildur. Then we probably should skill instead then into Last Alliance, I think, because we're going to have troops on all our other commanders. So actually increasing their unit defense will be more valuable, I think. Right, let's do it. So that's new Sweep Team. That's Sweep Team 2. Cool. Land 5 occupation. We got a big chunk. Of course we get half the stone. The one thing we need, stone. We get half the amount of that. Brilliant. How did it go? Oh, wow. It went really well. So I definitely bottled it last time and wasted a bit of time. But yeah, it went really well. See that Warcry set, how much of an effect that's having. 12k of damage here from King of Men. Compared to Dane, that Warcry set is really coming in clutch. Now, I should probably stop and conserve Dane's stamina, but I'm actually going to hit one more because I want to get him to level 10. So then when I come to use him again later on, I have I can use 2 pieces of gear on him. So I'm going to keep going with him for one more march, and then I'm going to start bringing in Shadow, Gandalf the White, etc. and doing the same. You achieve remarkable deeds for your fellowship and get 50 affluence. I have no idea what that means. Let's do a few more donations, get that membership level up. Nice. Push that one over the line. You're welcome, everyone. Everyone in home, anyway. Right, what's on a level 6 tile then? Only just taking a level 5. What's on a level 6? How big is the jump? So that's level 15. They're level 18. It's not massive. It's not massive. It's another one where I'm probably going a bit crazy, but it's not huge. Right, Sweep Team. Let's get the same gear across that was just being used by the first Sweep Team and get them out on the march. Legolas. The fair is round 2. let's get around 1 damage in first. So we'll go for a green leaf first, and then we'll move into the fair. And with Gimli, Durin's Blood first. Then we want to put 5 into Experienced Warrior, and then we'll move into Lord of the Glittering Caves. Ah, that's the difference. They step up into tier 2 commanders. I still reckon it might be possible. No, don't be greedy. This is how I killed all my troops last time. Let's not be greedy. 1 more level 5. Get Dane up to level 10. And then I can start doing the others. Is that Merry and Pippin? Not really a fan of Hergon. Fortitude sets, not too bad. Yeah, I'm going to hit that tile. Make sure they've all got gear. Geared. Cool. And then sweep team is going to go out and hit these. Geared. Nice. Right, we need a second tile formation, really. If we have to sweep a couple of times to get them there, then so be it. But I reckon we could actually probably go Radagast. Radagast there. And we were using Witch King and Bayon. I wasn't that impressed with what Bayon was putting out. Witch King can definitely come in. So it's between Bayon and Lurtz, really, or could you of course use LOTR. But yeah, it's a hard choice here. Bayon's not been that impressive, but I probably want to use him on a second team at some point, so it's probably worth getting his up. Now, I don't know how Radagast will do in a 1 troop here. Does Radagast also heal commanders, or does he only heal troops? I think it's only troops, so he might actually perform very poorly here. So I might actually have to maximise their units, which I don't really want to do if they're going to take tiles. Or do I just form a second sweep team? I think that's what I do. I'm going to form a second sweep team. Send out a load of sweeps, get them leveled up. Bayon, you are reduced. I banish you to sweep duty, but it will get you leveled up. Actually, no, we want to full unit these. There we go. Sweep team 3 is in place, right. See, that's quite a lot of loss from Isildur there. I'm not that impressed with that when you compare to what Radagast was doing. Yeah, where's our first Radagast hit on level 6s? I think he lost almost nothing. Yeah, pretty much nothing. This is the problem. Without the healing, you're going to take more losses. Conversion is also a decent ring skill for the beginning when you're waiting for troops to be trained. Can be useful. I just consider the cost of 5 ring points to be too expensive. I'd rather get more stamina on our main team. You know, for 3 ring points, and I can get 20 more stamina into Dane, which could be the difference between getting an extra 130 or 150 tile later on. Right, I've committed to Thranduil here in our next sweep team. Of course, this is only a very weak team, so just going to be something we chuck in to try and take a few more tiles. Right, 99 command, but 6 unit defense, or 130 command. 120 command, but decisions. This one. More command for the healing. And then you can have that one. And who else is it? Thranduil, Dwalin. Oh, it's Bayon as well, wasn't it? Bayon can have this. Cool. And then we're just going to go mass sweeping, basically. Massive amounts of sweeping. Get commander levels in. Get resources in. And we'll end up with a ton of leveled up commanders. Kaz sent us report. He's level 16, taking level 7 lands already. Nice. Are you 1 trooping? 40, so a little bit less, but nice. The other benefit of using the elves, of course, is that this chance to evade the first attack's very valuable early season, can be very useful. So that's another reason why elves could be a good choice to use. Right, let's bring King of Men back. How did he do on that tile? Did he take it again with next to no loss? Yes, he did. See, we're smashing these lower 5 tiles now. Not long ago we were struggling with level 4s, but that's Dane's stamina used up a little bit. Him up to level 10. So again, we're going to drop him out and bring in another. We need to start using Shadow, Sauron, and Gandalf the Whites. So we'll drop Sauron in for this one quickly. Actually, we'll drop the Shadow in. Really need to use Sauron's stamina here as well, but as Sauron will be the tank, I'm less confident with where I use him. Right, level 5 tile. Let's just double check it's a small army. Make sure we've got that counter. Ugh. I don't know why I still turn my nose up at Grima when actually, when I think about it, he's so nerfed now that it's nowhere near as strong as he used to be. Anyway, let's take a look at personal leaderboards. We haven't looked at personal leaderboards yet, I don't think. We looked at commanders a little bit, but Tharwin here at the top with 4.5k, a little bit way out in front actually, 500 on power out in front. Of course, early rankings you can never be too sure on and how much of main team stamina people have spent. If we look at here, it looks like he's using main team pretty heavily, whereas ours will probably then step up a little bit later on. But yeah, you can see 4.5k. We've got Raz Al Ghul from Tomb, who's number 2 at the minute, using Morgul Orcs, which is very interesting. So some kind of evil commander build. Morgul Orc style is very interesting. I wouldn't have really had that penned down as a first day. Maybe if we wanted to get something from the Morgul Orc tree, I think, does that give you mountain trolls early? Potentially that's where he's gone for, but I probably would start with, I don't know, dwarves or something, or men. Get that first couple of days farming in, then switch to Morgul Orc just as you unlock the barracks that would represent them. We've also got a Legion player here in Eisvig. Tomb again. There's 2 Tomb players on here, which is what I mean by we don't really know the strength of this server as of yet and who's good where, because Tomb I don't think we're in the top kind of 5 rankings. However, they've got 2 players here in the top 5 with Alexenius. A couple of home players in here with Kapkaz, Thor Anderson, football star as well. And we've got Angel of Moonfire in as the first representative of King, which is interesting. We've got Cisardo from Bull, a player we've fought against many times, very, very strong, great evil side commanders. First Mind player here with King Rick. And then somehow we have Amelie in 11th. Ams, you're not allowed to stay there. You're not allowed. You can't be near the top 10. We all know you can't be there. So just throw out a bit of shade. Cool. Shadow stamina used up. How did we get on? Nice. Even with a level 8 in there, still took that pretty well. Oh, we dropped Dane. Oh, we dropped King of Men out for Shadow, and we used more of Dane's stamina. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, not the end of the world. Another level in for Dane. Brilliant. And we didn't gear them either. And we. No wonder we lost a bit more than we did on the previous one. Forgot to gear and put the wrong commanders in. Oh well, bit more of Dane's stamina used up, but it just means that not too much to worry about later on. Oh well, we'll move on. We will do another hit with Shadow, but we probably need to use Sauron's first, as I imagine Sauron's getting very close to top. Maybe we can do one more hit with Shadow. One more hit with Shadow. King of Men in. 1-1. Ooh, running out of these piteous men troops, and that's because I've got them all on my sweep teams. Might have to wait 20 seconds for Thranduil to hit, and then I'm going to have to call him back and suck half his troops out. Might even have to only run one sweep team here, because I need those troops, because I keep massacring them. So I don't have the troops I need. Right, we could also progress our affluence level. I see the CTG as when does affluence exist? Every season I play, you know, have affluence. So affluence has only just come in. Yeah, so it's a mix between your chapter level and your tile power level. So it's basically a replace of power. Power previously only shown what tiles you had, whereas actually now you're rewarded for progressing your chapters as well. So we will progress ours here. Claim that, and actually we can, if we speed this up, we can progress these, so why not? Let's get a bit more resource in, a bit more affluence in. Nice. Upgrade barracks to level 8, and we now need to start taking level 6 ring tiles. Right, how did they do with these? So again, big loss from Isildur, not doing particularly amazing, but we'll stick with him for now. We'll give him more of a chance. He's just losing a few too many troops for my liking. It's not big loss by any means. Don't get me wrong, it's not big loss. Why can't I see any level 6 mobs? It's not big loss by any means, but it's bigger than I'd like from him. Let's call Thranduil back. I know he's only hit 1, but we do need those troops, annoyingly. Haven't healed our commanders. Drop these back to 1. One more hit with Shadow, and then Sauron comes in just as he hits 300 stamina. So we've put King of Men back in. Danes drop back out again. Next level 5 tile is here. It's Clairvoyance. All of these. Which ones are the easiest? We'll want to save the easiest one for Sauron. That one's pretty easy. I like. The only one I don't like there is Haldir actually can deal a reasonable amount of damage on early tiles. This one here is very, very easy. Was that small troops? Yeah, very easy. So in fact we'll keep that one for Sauron and hit this one with Shadow. Because the problem is Sauron's obviously means we're going to have to, if we're going to keep Círdan in as the main tank and just put Sauron in, we're going to have to rely on one damage dealer. So that's going to be a bit of a weaker formation in my opinion. So we'll keep an easier tile. This one is the easiest tile I've ever seen. This one's mid. That second one though, my god. Yusra does have a damage skill, I guess. Maltok doesn't. Sharku has a small damage skill, but not much. You know, some of these are very, very easy tiles, so we can hit those. I get there only level 5s, so a lot of you are probably thinking, why am I bothering to worry about a level 5 tile? But we've lost so many troops through inefficiency early on that we actually are now starting to need to think about it and be that little bit more efficient. Server's about 2 hours old at this point. Oh, I haven't geared them. Haven't geared them. Cool. I know Shadow at low level, his damage is not going to be huge, but oh well. Still, I'd rather he did damage than had none at all. In fact, we might even be able to get that level 10 hit in with Shadow before one more hit to get him to level 10 again. Then we'll swap over to Sauron. I think Sauron, we've got a couple of minutes, I think, until Sauron hits 300. Yeah, 3 minutes. That's just about right to switch over to him. How much stamina? So 90 stamina, 90 stamina. Witch King, of course, is not getting much stamina, so I might swap. No, let's keep as is for now. I'm just acutely aware I'm using up stamina on Círdan and people like that, and actually they could take higher power tiles at this point, but the whole point is we're trying to slingshot that main team, so keep using it for now. We do, of course, have stamina tinctures as well, so we could always look to use those. Depending on, of course, if we have enough of them enough of them for kind of 2 formations in the first 24 hours. How many do we have? We have 8, so we could easily do Serdan, King of Men, whoever's been used as our second team, put a full load into them, and then a full load of stamina tinctures, and then swap over and use our main team, and then we've also got 4 stamina tinctures for the main team still as well. Or we sacrifice a little bit of efficiency in the first 24 hours, and we focus on the first week, and then we could use 4 stamina tinctures today on our main team and 4 stamina tinctures tomorrow on the main team, which actually, now I think about it, sounds like a bit more of an attractive proposition. Depends how many stamina tinctures are available in the season pass. So there's 2 more coming up, 3 more, 4 more. Yeah, so we will have plenty, I think. I don't see that there's an Awakened Power event. Land of Abundance. Oh, so this is Land of Abundance is Awakened Power. So yeah, there is a reward for maximising your power within the first week. This will be something that I will try and go for, I think. As I said, I'm a little bit busy over the weekend, but I'll try and make sure I log in as much as possible and, you know, get as high as possible early on. Cool. That's done with the Shadow. He's now level 10, which is awesome. Serdan's actually level 14. So our main team is already 10, 11, and will soon be 10 or so again. It's like I'm a little bit tempted to save with these guys and instead try with Radagast and maybe one of these on. Well, it's only a level 5 tile. I think that's possible. But then no, we need 1 big damage dealer. So so we'll keep King of Men. We need him for his damage, and then I'm going to save Serdan's stamina. And I'm going to drop Sour on him. Do it that way around. Try it this way. Of course, Sauron doesn't deal a massive amount of damage, so I don't really need to 1 troop him, but I'm just trying to minimise that loss. I only need troops on 1. Let's try that really easy one. See how that does. So we've got gear on there. We need possibly better gear now on. Where's there we go. A better horseman's helm on Radagast. So he's got as much unit defense and command as I can kind of give him. And then Sauron, I'm not sure it really matters with Sauron, as he's not going to be dealing any damage anyway. Do I just give him the Obsidian Dagger for a bit more focus? I don't think it matters, to be honest, which one I give him. Let's go with that. He's not going to be dealing any damage anyway. He's basically just a passenger in this formation. I think in it making it so where factions can't venture out of their main territory until progress 4 to 6 is a good implement into the game, so people won't get rushed instantly. And factions can't go instantly for other territories. Is that true? You can't take... Oh, wow. I did not realise that. That's incredible. Thanks for pointing that out. I did not realise that was the case. So previously we've seen fellowships race to be the quickest possible to take passes. I think we've seen previously a day 1 pass capture, which is unbelievable. And of course, the ones that happens, you basically won the season straight away because it snowballs from there. You've already got the middle territories. You've got the higher. You've got way more access to resource, higher power tiles as well. So when scrolls come in, you've got better scrolls instantly. Wow, that's a big change. You know, they could kind of rush the ring. They could even rush eagles as soon as possible if you were up in this location up here. Wow, that's an incredible change. Yeah, I think that's going to make things a lot more tactical going forwards. I think as soon as that Progress 6 unseals, we'll see 5 different teams all take passes at once. I think that's quite likely what will happen, particularly in servers where you've got a lot of big teams. You're going to see teams just storm, waiting for that chapter progression just so they can hit it as soon as possible. I think that's what we'll see. Do you know what? That's not horrific. That is not a horrific result. Radagast coming in for Serdan. Sauron basically just a passenger. If we had another damage dealer, we would have lost less there. And honestly, I don't think that's too bad. I genuinely don't. We're going to use up all of King of Men's stamina here. He's done his job for us. We need these to continue sweeping, as we are going to need them at some point as well. Sauer's not providing a lot, basically, apart from the bit of crowd control and deceiver here, so not a bad result. It'd be funny to see 4 passes all at once be taken at the same time, right as progress 4 hits. Is it progress 4? No, it's progress 6, isn't it? Yeah, progress 6. Yeah, I think they're all progress 6, aren't they? Oh, no, sorry. So progress 6 is to delve into others' spawn lands, so you can't just rush someone else's spawns. So their resources are protected early. That makes sense. And then progress 4 is progression towards the middle. The only thing I would say is it does, whilst it's nice to have a little bit of protection from bigger, stronger teams, it feels a little bit like they're trying to engineer fair servers this way, rather than, why don't they just balance the game a little bit better? If they balance the game a bit better, you won't see one team smash others. Do you know what I mean? I think there's, these are kind of, they're trying to heal the symptoms rather than fix the actual problem, if you get what I mean. If there's one team that dominates the server by that kind of level, that they're smashing everybody, you know, there's obviously a bigger issue. If you can take passes day one, because these teams are so strong, they've got every single high spend player, and spending matters that much, they can take it day one, then again the game has a problem. They'll need to, why don't they address that rather than addressing rather than putting a menial, because all that'll happen is they'll take this and then they'll immediately move on to the next one. There's progress 8 for the Dog Alder one. I was going to say they're just going to have teams just sat around these waiting for that progression, and the fact that all people will then rush around areas to then take all of these first and just surround them just seems artificially engineered. Not wrong one bit, but at least it's something rather than nothing. We all know they won't make it fair the right way. That's true. Though I think I've said earlier, I do think the devs are engaged in this in this game at the minute. I think they've had a bit of a kick up the arse, so to speak, compared to, I think they've noticed obviously that player numbers have dropped off a little bit. They've quite noticeably been adding events and things with the intention of trying to get players back or increasing player numbers. The constant changes to season 1, they're looking to try and keep, get players in and stuff like that. But the main problem at the minute, for me, the biggest issue at the minute is back end. Like, because you go from season 1, season 2, and then a season 3 fellowship will come up against seasons, 16 season fellowships. They got no chance, absolutely no chance. How you balance that, I don't know, because equally you're not going to want 16 season fellowships and not going to want to play against only 16 season fellowships. And how is it your fault how many games you've played, etc. But there's got to be a better way of balancing it, particularly for early season players. I think at the minute season 1 and 2 only being before campaigns is maybe not enough. Maybe you need a season 3, help them, give them a bit more time to build up gear respect. Maybe I think we've seen also pull rates for gear for commanders. The commanders they give away in season 1 or 2 is a lot higher. A lot higher. So it gives season 1 and 2s at least now more of a chance to come out of season 1 and 2 with good commanders. But I think there's still a third season they could do with that, maybe so they come out of it with, pretty decent gear. You shouldn't be coming out of it with half strength and half refined purple and expected to go up against 15 season fellowships. You should be able to come out of it with at least a gold set through being active in those seasons, in my opinion. And that way you'll see players stay, because they won't. The problem with them is people play season 1 or 2, they have fun, come season 3, smashed, and then they never come back again. And then you also have to make sure seasons 1 and 2 are balanced. So it's all kind of a kind of step on step effect, but once balanced, players will stay. Player numbers going up is good for everybody, because a lot of people say, oh, they only care about high spend players. The developers, I mean, they only care about high spend players, and that can't be the case, because if everyone spends a lot and everyone has high level gear, then everyone might as well not have it. You get what I mean? It's a bit like the bit from Incredibles where it's like, if everyone's super, no one is. It's a bit like that. There's always going to be an element of spend versus free where they're going to smash, but you need your free to play player base should be most of your player base too, or at least low spend player base should be most of them, to make sure that you have lots of activity and things like that. Otherwise you'll end up with servers with only big players, which we're seeing a lot more recently. And I think that then when you get smashed in that, you see 60 to 100 players leave every server. It's an issue. Anyway, separate topic. Right, we've used one. We'll do the same again when you do one more hit with Sauron. Get him to level 10 as well. I'm acutely aware that we could take a much higher power tile, much higher, with the level we have on King of Men. And we are burning up his stamina here. Really burning it up. And we need it for chapter progression. In fact, I might do that first. We will drop back in Serdan. We'll use King of Men, and then we need one other damage dealer. Dane Ironfoot keeps jumping out and screaming at me, but this is what I mean by the sweeping. You see our Witch King's got 177 stamina, and our sweep team's on 190, so actually it was more efficient just to sweep. Starting to think with our main team it might be better if we just sweep the highest power mobs available, but hey up. Right, we'll go with that, and I think we should be good to take a higher power tile. Let's give Serdan his gear back. I'm now debating Call of the Forest versus Horseman's Helm. More unit defense, 3 more, 20 more command. However, it doesn't have the 15 focus. Now, I'll stick with the Call of the Forest for now. I don't think agility set makes a difference. Right, our stone production's nice as well. Admittedly, we only produce stone, but in early season, that's what matters basically. Why am I scouting level 5s? I need a level 6 resource tile. Let's just select all of these. Let's go to level 6. Those are the ones here. Nice. Scan all these out. Find which one's easiest, and then we'll take that, and that should progress us in the chapter. And we'll see how easy it is. I think it's likely this could be quite easy. In fact, I think it's very likely this is quite easy. Oh, so we already looked at that one, which was Shadow, which I'm not massively interested in Shadow. See, this is the one we want to avoid. This is why we're doing Clairvoyance. We don't want to hit Trolls at any point. The reason we're using... Although we could, I suppose, put small units on as actually the commanders. Okay, then instead, this is why we're doing Clairvoyance. We don't want to be using medium units on our damage dealers when we face this. We could instead use single units, small units. Both of these are the same, so in fact we are going to do that because they're just the closest tiles to us. Normally I'd reset the tile if it was higher power. I'd reset it and then use medium units still, but because it's low power we're going to drop and just go straight away, and the commanders are pretty easy. What gear sets do they have on? So this one has Flay, both have Flay. Okay, let's just hit straight off. I think we should be able to take this. Hopefully it's not, we don't get slaughtered here. I'm acutely aware that Witch King is only level 10, so we could struggle here, but we're just trying to learn like these new tile power levels, see how things come out. I understand that obviously the army level we can still see, but with them calling them level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just need to learn a little bit more about what's on there and how we do the various different things. But Kyrie, I just hope they make the pass better again, so the free-to-play or low spenders have a real higher chance to get Mathams. Only good deal is the 30-day package. Agree the 30-day package, very, very good. Yeah, Season Pass. The one thing I do like about Season Pass, I think I said at the beginning, is that they are changing the commanders available on there, which I think is quite nice. We had Falcon last season. Now we have Shadow and Celeborn. And hopefully that's not campaign exclusive, although I think it might be. But I'm hoping it's kind of rolls on months. So like in like a month or two's time, they might change it to, I don't know, Lurtz and Gimli or something like that, or Lurtz and Legolas. But I think it might be campaign exclusive is what I'm thinking. But it's nice to see a different Season Pass here. As for number of Mathams, I haven't had the chance to go through this one yet, because of course with the changing of the Season Pass and the manuscripts, I don't know if the rewards actually from the Season Pass has changed either. I'm seeing a few Mathams. I think I've had about 15 so far, so I don't know if this is actually a better value Season Pass, at least than we saw in Rebuilding Glory. But I know mid-season there's almost no Mathams in at all, so I'm thinking probably not. But yeah, I agree. The old Season Pass, at least for Matham value and gem value, was a lot lower. So yeah, hopefully they'll keep moving that in the right direction. Inferno, nice to see you playing a proper game again. Oh, I lost. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, wow. Yeah, and that's why we avoid the trolls at pretty much all cost. So we won't be... Well, we will be doing it again to take the tile, but we won't be making that mistake again too soon. We're actually going to swap our damage dealers out here. To save the stamina of the main ones, but I think... Oh, we need to heal in the hospital. There's another bunch of troops dead. Not good. But yeah, trolls is definitely one we should be resetting now. We now know that. Another one to put up to the learning curve. That should be enough to then finish off this tile, I think. So we'll give Radagast that command gear. It's just the problem we've got at the minute is trying to learn this change to 2 different gear sets, kind of what's possible. It's a big change, and it does make this stage particularly tricky. But yeah, it does make this a bit tricky knowing what's possible, because we obviously have so much less HP than we had previously, that one trooping is kind of it's a bit of a guessing game at the minute, seeing what HP levels are possible. I think it's going to be a lot more standardised though, so this will help a lot with guides and things like that, because obviously even if you're a big spender, you're not going to have a massive jump up because you're not going to have access to your high spend gear. Welcome to the stream, Inferno. Yeah, good to see me playing a proper game. Yeah, the Age of Empires, it is good. I am enjoying it. So yeah, I'm going to be keeping both going forwards, I think. Trolls are easy early season with smalls. They just weren't. They were horrible. But that could be because of the lack of gear now. They made them a lot harder. I'm enjoying how they've made the tile levels easy for your level of maths. Excuse me, I am a chartered accountant. My mathematics skills are perfectly good, thank you. Ooh, Shadow Pass. Yours are still Falcon. So yeah, I think that must prove that. I think it's season exclusive then. So if you play Rings of Power, you get a Shadow season pass, but the Falcon one will remain for Tactics Evolved, I think, and Rebuilding Glory. Helps if you use a tank that isn't an elf. Serdan's been a pretty strong tank for me so far. I've swapped over to Radagast here for that last hit. Of course, only finishing off the tile, but we will be avoiding that one going forwards, those trolls. In fact, they did pretty well on tiles. The sweep team. It's quite fun that now, like, King of Men's unlocked his 3rd gear piece. Serdan's nearly there. Now, do I use the last of my stamina to basically continue catapulting my main team. And then I think I do. And then I can switch over to the main team and use them. So King of Men will come back in. Where's Gandalf the White? Level 7. There he is. Gandalf the White will come in. And Serdan, the elf, as my tank. Got no troops. Got no troops. Let's find a small units one. Let's find a nice juicy small units one. Let's not bother with trolls. There's so many level 6 tiles around me, I don't know why I bother with trolls anyway. Sappers, Warcry, fine. Warcry fast. Mountock and Sharku. Why am I bothering to even check? This one's fine. So we do actually have knights now as well. Another thing you'll love, Inferno. Use knights. Hashtag. Oh, we didn't heal the commanders. That was close. In fact, they're still not even fully healed. Might have to wait 1 minute before we do that hit, just to make sure they got full HP. Knights! Knights! Yeah, they're brilliant. More trolls. Go away, trolls. Right, we know this one's good. Why do I have to name the pin? And this is where the Clairvoyance comes in clutch, and we start hopefully accelerating here. Once our main team gets a couple of levels in them, they'll be more than ready. Trolls. Trolls hate us. It's another good tile. Why is every level 6 around us got trolls on it? And I refuse to reset a level 6 tile. Trolls. Not a big fan of Azog, but Glacier is okay. Probably an iron production as well. Trolls. Everything has trolls. That one's fine. Everything has trolls. Nothing but trolls. Cool. This was the easy one. Fingers crossed. In theory. Using those knights as our tank now as well should really help us with, you know, the amount of damage received we take now as well. The knights, compare the knights defense to those level 1 militia we were using. So what's the defense on these? 10 defense, 24 HP versus 26 defense, 82 HP. I'm going to take so many less losses. It should make a huge difference. Holy, oh, did we not gear them? Oh, you did a bad. Just said about how good knights are, and then I killed them all, massacred them all on my front doorstep. It's about the 4th time we've done this morning. I'm going to blame the daylight savings. It's very early for me at the minute. Server's starting an hour earlier. It's killing me. Right, we're going to have to use a stamina one on him then. I make the same mistake every single time I step up a tile. I make the exact same mistake. Right, Warcry set on him. You can only laugh to stop yourself from crying, I think, at this point. Right, highest defense would probably be 1.0 gear, but we don't want that. We want Hallberg. So foolish. Right, I'm going to have lost an absolute ton there. I'm not even sure I can heal these in time to heal the commanders in time to get them back. Yeah, they're going to have such low HP that that's not actually plausible. I'm going to have to send a second team, which again means swapping gear around, which is going to make things messy. Witch King, LOTR. Let's go with this for now. gear them up before we forget. I know we just swapped the other gear around, but yeah, the efficiency we're running at the minute, we are going to be nowhere near the top. It's about the 6th time we've done this since we started this server. We keep just absolutely massacring our troops. Love that you Serdan. He is great when you remember to put gear on him. Oh, it's just agony. It's pain. We've done it so many times. Yeah, we've done it so many times all the way through so far. We've failed about 10 tiles because we just keep not putting gear on. It's agony. The number of troops we've killed here are actually going to end up being... I think we're going to hit a troop restriction soon. I might even have to start conscripting some tier 1s and not just all knights, because yeah, we're going to face a big issue in a minute, I think. Anyway, let's keep our chapter and affluence level growing. We've stopped getting stone from chapter progression, annoyingly. 3 tiles of level 6. Well, there you go. Oh, that was affluence level 15. So we have now got gather. Incredible. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Unlock structure fort. We're not bothered by forts. We're not going to use rings. Switch the levels, XP and stamina of 2 commanders. Not bothered by that. Additional quarters. Not bothered by that. Perfect. All we want is gather. So now I can use a 3rd team. How did Radagast do out of interest? Yeah, see. Easy. Use a 3rd team and get gathering, get that stone in as soon as possible. Level 7 stone tile might be wise first though. How hard is that? 90 power tile basically. What was formerly a 90 power tile. That one's hard. Is there one that we can do in general with a full main team, or should we start leveling up our... Should really level these up and start using these. At what point do we gain Command Arts 2? Ring level 20. Reputation 20. Okay. Let's take another level 6 tile first. There has this bunch of Muppets healed up now. Not quite yet. I wonder what level tile Radagast can take with these tier 1s. It's probably reasonable. 5 maybe. In fact, let's look for him to do that. Just acutely aware I don't want to kill all of my troops too soon. But we do need to get resources in and gaining as soon as possible. Right, we've got horrific lumber production, so let's start picking up 1 or 2 of these. That's a decent tile, I think. That one's not as good. Send Rada over here. Geared. Cool. Yeah, costing ourselves big time. Lack of efficiency. We're going to blame tiredness. We're going to be streaming for about another hour, so we will start using the main team soon. Start smashing tiles through with them. That should boost our power pretty quickly, and then we'll be on the road for another few hours. And then by the time I come back, everyone's stamina should have regenerated. So I want to get everyone to a point where our stamina is used up enough that if I'm on the road for a few hours, it'll be back by the time I come back. That looks like HP of everyone is back, but I've sent Serdan, so I'll wait a moment. So this one, Guthmog, Mautok, Grima. Does damage to his own formation. Okay, that works. So yeah, we'll definitely hit that one. That looks like a nice easy tile. How long is our march to here? 38 seconds. It's tempting just to swap gear over and then swap it back. Let's do that. Of course we will forget to swap it back, as we all know. But let's do it anyway. Right, we should be able to one-troop this. Should. Being the operative word. Then once he's here, I need to remember to swap the gear immediately over to Radagast, hitting the level 5 tile. So we've only taken like 20 odd tiles so far, but still somehow in the top 200. So we haven't even used our main team yet, so we should accelerate. A lot of people have slowed down quite a lot. See people at level 20 and then they're kind of stopping and not really having a lot more left over here. Right. Swap this onto Witch King and swap this onto Radagast. There we go. We actually drew on that one. Not the best draw in the world either. We lost Gandalf the White. Oh, of course, I completely forgot I was using Gandalf the White in that army. So that'll be the big cost there. Will be the fact that I don't have a second damage dealer. Instead, I've got 2 kind of supports in. But we're just trying to use up, get our other supports stamina up and use up Sirdan as much as possible until then. Right. So Radagast is about to hit, and he has Witch King and LOTR. It might even be better if I'd swap those 2 over, but oh well, let's see how he does. And then we have to swap the gear back, because to let the draw expire for Sirdan. The other annoying thing that's slowing us down here is those little potions for healing commander HP. It's just so irritating when those run out. So Rada's taking level 5 tiles very easily. Pretty much no loss. Is that the healing again? 800 healing, so not massively the healing, he's just not taking any damage. LOTR coming in with massive damage. That Weapons Master skill is still the best, possibly the best individual skill for season start Weapon Master. You have it on LOTR and you have it on Undying. If you've got both of those, you know, high respect, and you've got good gear, you'll be an absolute animal at season start. Of course, Witch King as well is decent with Nazgul, but it's just nowhere near the same level. Nowhere near the same level as Weapon Master. How much HP do these guys have? They don't know that they lost too much. So they might even be able to send them to another level 5 tile. No, they're all a bit far away. Are they a bit far away? I just think I might be able to send them out and use them again before Sirdan's draw expires. Don't really like Faramir, don't really like Hergon, but that's what we're getting. It's fine if not, we can always wait. So we need that draw to expire in our favour, obviously, because we need this chapter progression. We want this affluence. We want to get closer to that level 20, because if we could get our main team with stamina in a 4-formation team, we will be absolutely gravy. All of these are pretty reasonable. They're not the best tiles, they're not horrible. There's so many actually wood tiles around us. I don't know why I haven't been taking any of them. I suppose we've been focusing stone. Stone was needed more pressingly. Whilst I do this, I'm now not going to be able to send Radagast out, so I better put the gear back on here before I forget. I should see a pretty large jump in Gandalf the White's White Council effectiveness. Now he's at level 10. It will be a bigger jump when I hit level 15, because then I'll be able to give him plus 50 focus, which would be huge. I just can't find a grey wizard hat anywhere to give him a good hat. Now, let's get that. Gandalf the White. King of Men's got gear. Sirdan's not got gear, because I just gave it to Gandalf the White. You fool. Focus, focus, focus. That'll do. Bone mask. Every wood tile seems to have Faramir or some other damage dealer on it for me in a minute. It's not the end of the world, like they're not the worst tiles ever. I just rather not hit them if I can avoid it. If there's one that's got like Ori and Merry and Pippin and Boromir, would be nicer. Much more better. Okay, these guys should now be healed. They are. Running out of these militia men because we keep massacring them at every possible opportunity. And we've got a bunch of them here on Isildur as well. We haven't really got lucky with tips so far. We've swept quite a few mobs and we've got absolutely nothing from tips. I know the tips only give grain in this area, but still a resource that we're doing without. And this is the bit that I just absolutely despise about season start, is just this constant swapperoo of gear. It does my head in. Does my head in. It's the most frustrating thing. They just need to create the two things they need for this game desperately is they need gear loadouts. That's the first one. Gear loadouts are so needed, just for you can one or two clicks, bang, fully gear your commander, rather than having to click every individual item and risk misclicking and everything like that. Does my head in. And the other thing they need is an auto sweeper. So I've learned from playing Age of Empires that there's like there's an auto mob hitter, so you can just set your commanders or choose a formation to basically go out on what level mob or army you want them to hit, and they'll go do it automatically. God, this game needs that. So I don't have to keep individually sweeping with a sealed door. Just set a formation, auto sweep, bang, 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 and then they'll come back when they're done. It's needed so badly. Oh, anyway, rant over. Chapter progression. We are actually maxed on lumber here. Let's get building. Build the training grounds. That will get us out of it. Done. Conscription post to level 9. Again, done. 18,000 stone needed for the barracks. 2 more level 6 tiles and a level 20 commander. Now that's going to be the bottleneck, so no need to rush the other things actually. Now I realise that that's needed. Cool. Let's keep these guys levelling up. Keep grain coming in. I don't think we've hit the sweep limit yet for grain, have we? We have. So actually we're just costing troops here. But then we could get a grain tip, but we're just not getting them. So I might call them back in a minute, because actually at the minute I think their troops are more valuable than getting experience into a Isildur. So I'll do one more hit and then done with them. Radagast continues to do really well on these level 5 tiles, so these guys will really help with hitting those higher level tiles in a minute as well, I think. Just acutely aware, I don't really want to use the stamina on my main team. I've got them up to like level 10, but I don't really want to use their stamina until I have that 4 formation army, which at 90th in the production ranking. Yeah, so what kind of affluence level are we at? Does it tell us? We're at 18, so close. But we're not going to be able to progress the chapter for a little bit. Are we able to see what we need for the next level? 50 out of 600. So do we need 600 power? Season progress, fellowship objectives. Interesting. Tavern tip. There's an affluence tavern tip. Not that I've seen. No. So complete tavern tips 3 times every day to earn 400 reputation. So if I complete this, that should have given us 400 more. But it didn't. I'm confused. That did not give us 400. You've claimed today's reputation. I'm so confused. So because I clicked on my settlement earlier and I got like 50, did I waste that? Should I have waited until later on and then claimed it once I'd got this point? Very interesting. Okay. Didn't really tell me that as well. That I wasted a speed up, and it didn't tell me that was going to be the case, that I wasn't going to get that reputation. Interesting. Right, what other methods have we got for boosting reputation? Is there a way that we can get to 20 without taking 1 million resource tiles and without progressing chapter event? Because we need to get to level 20, and I think that's out of reach. Season progress, fellowship objectives. So if I claim this in top corner, I get fellowship coins. What's that going to give us? We get to level 7. Is that going to give us reputation? I don't know. Season milestone. So we get 1,000 from this, but still 24 hours to run. Do we get the reputation when 25,000 tiles are taken? That would be the ideal, obviously. Gift pack for Gil-galad. Nice. No, thank you. I assume, therefore, he's 300 away from going up a respect level. Well, 200. That's why they're offering me the pack. The reppy things are bugging sometimes. Okay, that explains. That explains why I didn't get my 400 reputation. That's frustrating because I specifically completed it just to get that reputation that I wanted for getting closer to 20, but no can do so far. Let's say activate ring ability times 10. So I will have to pick up 2 more of these ring abilities. If I do, I'll probably pick up conversion, maybe XP switch, but does that cost? It costs 5 ring points. No thanks. Oh wait, if I click that, do I get it? Ah, there we go. So it's popped up now on my main keep. Nice. Acquire that. Now we should have it. Okay, it just took a time for it to come through. Perfect. Didn't waste it. Right, one more challenge. Warband contribution, 500. That's pointless. It's just a speed up. It is always advisable to go through these challenges though and just see which will give you resource. So for example, if I own 2 more plots of land, level 4 or above, I'll get 4,000 stone. And 4,000 stone is very valuable early on. Very, very valuable. We're running out of knights. No. Not the knights. Right, we've got Dane level 11. I might even chuck him in. I might even get using Dane for a bit. Nothing in the apothecary. Another probably 10 minutes till we have more knights. We'll just go with what we have there. They're only there because they need to kind of survive, basically. I think that'll be fine. What was what? So this was Glacier, and it's not the best tile in the world. I struggled a little bit on the last Gothmog one, though. I'm not sure why, as Gothmog should be fairly easy. Of course, they do have pike. The problem always is that they have pikeman troops, and pikeman's against, obviously, strong against my mounted troops, but I suppose Gothmog does boost them plus 30% damage, but I still didn't think we'd take that much damage against such a weak tile. See, Legolas I'm not a fan of, and Gimli I'm not a fan of, so it's going to have to be the Gothmog one. Check gear. Try and like drill it into myself as a ritual now. Dane can have the slightly weaker gear while he hasn't got. Although actually, no. Let's put it on King of. No, let's get the Warcry set on Dane sooner rather than later. Where is it? There it is. Do I have a Fortitude chest piece that's pretty close in attack? I do. I reckon that's valuable. I reckon Fortitude would be more useful for me there. Just for that reduced damage taken. How much is it? 10%? Something like that? 5%. 5% less damage taken. I think that'd be more useful. Slightly less HP. 60. 9 less attack. I reckon that's more useful. Wow, yeah, we took that tile with next to no loss. Why did we... Was this where I forgot to gear? Is that why? No. So we had it's just a swap from Dane to Gandalf the White. Gandalf the White to Dane's just made a huge difference having a second damage dealer. Not unexpected. So Círdan's now out of stamina. I am going to tincture him as well. I've used it already on King of Men. But it doesn't really matter too much with him because once Dane's leveled up, I'm not going to need him, basically. I've still got Shadow floating around here. Nice. We'll use a bit of Dane's stamina little by little, I think. We have got tinctures, we have got invigoration, and we have got other damage dealers leveling up at the same time, so I think that's a wise decision. Get Dane involved sooner rather than later. Of course, as soon as we hit a certain ring point, as soon as we get close to 20, how close are we? 30 minutes. So within the next 30 minutes, we will use invigoration on Dane again to get another 20 stamina, and we do, of course, have the tinctures as well. Oh, I did not mean to do that early. Oh well, doesn't matter. We were going to use it anyway. But we have the tincture as well we can use on him. So all in, Dane's stamina is perfectly fine. We're just running so low on those knights now. We've lost ourselves a ton of resource by sending a tile with no troops. So we need one more level 6 tile. Commander to level 20 is just not going to happen. See, it's one of those things where it was possible pretty quickly, well, not quickly, around this point in previous seasons, but because now we have not got all the gear, you can't step up tiles quickly enough and early enough, really, to take those tiles to get to level 20 soon enough, I think. Lucky I wasted troops on a 7 tile because I forgot to switch gear. Kaz, you have no idea. You have no idea how many times I've sent tiles so far with no gear. I've done it like 6 times. I've killed... You know, this was my first using knights. I killed off my first 150 knights that I had to wait an hour to conscript. And then I've done it with around 500 or 600 of the level 1 militia as well. That's why I can't have sweet teams at the minute. Trust me, this is about as inefficient as I've ever been on a season start. It's quite impressive, actually. Right. See, knights we want to keep conscripting, but I also might start conscripting some level 1 horsemen as well, tier 1s. In fact, what's the stat drop off? Is it huge? 1059. Wow, yeah, it's enormous. Yeah, the drop off's too big, I think. Could do with some tier, you know, some low level, just to fill up an army would be useful. Use as tanks for sweep teams. I might get some militia on the go, get them back, having massacred them all. How's our fellowship reports coming in? What do we got? First, we've got Taborkan, level 17, lovely, using spearmen, and taking on level 7 land with very little loss. Full army here as well. Nice main team. Sai using his Gil-galad. Another great formation. Hitting trolls. See, this is my problem. This is why I use medium units over small. They take a while to conscript and they cost a lot. So as long as you don't be a bit of a tit like I am and kill them all by not gearing, I think you do better. Because small units counter large, but the large units are still extremely HP pool rich. So you still struggle and still take a lot of damage. So you're left with only small units hitting small units, because of course you don't want to be countered by mediums. So you're forced to go small versus small, in my opinion, to take less loss. And I think I'd rather wait a little bit longer for the mediums and then get that counter buff, in my opinion. Kaz, yeah, doing the same thing I said about the leapfrogging of your commanders with having a high level army leapfrog low level commanders in. So yeah, you've been using Saruman, jumping in Sauron, it's good to see. CC using Undying, and this is what I said about earlier, he's probably the best commander for season start. Weapon Master, 600% damage in the first three, for each round of the first 3 rounds, inflicts a stun, inflicts reduced defense, and then he also has Undead Commander for evasion as well. The perfect season start commander. Couldn't be a better season start commander than Undying. He is incredible. So CCM just getting a very strong start. Also using his B team with good crowd control with Saruman, Sestaro, going off the white as well. Nice. Tharwin here taking level 7 lands with level 16 commanders. Is he one trooping? He is. Missing a helmet. Interesting. Yeah, his commanders are a lot stronger than ours. Zenith 1, 13 and 12. But he's still able to take level 6. But then all of his commanders are level 16, 17. Oh, sorry, level 7. Whereas we're at level 6. But then I guess he is a level or 2 higher. Definitely a lot of respect levels higher. Of course, our Dane isn't anywhere close. No, we're going to stick to level 6s for now. And that'll be King of Men's time this morning done, and we'll have to move on to another. Streaming for about another 3/4 of an hour ish, so you're not going to see us fully use all of our commanders, but yeah, I will continue progressing as we go on. I do need to use a bit more stamina on the main team as soon as possible, really, to make sure it's used ready for when I travel. See, resources at the minute aren't the issue. The issue is that commander level. We need a commander up to level 20. And you can see here we only got King of Men up to 17. Hopefully the efficiency we've had on our main team. So Dane's now up to 13. Hopefully the efficiency on our main team should mean some of these can get there. Hopefully. We're going to continue hitting level 6 tiles even now we're going to take King of Men out. We're going to take him out. We've got 2 hits still of Serdan level. Serdan is the tank. And we're then going to throw in Dane. I think we're going to have to throw in Shadow as we're going to need a second damage dealer. And then when Serdan's gone, I think we throw in Radagast. I think. Is the plan anyway. So yeah, let's get Shadow in with the gear we just had on King of Men. Dane's got the Warcry set. What else have we got? Level 6. Let's find something else good. Should have some more knights in the bag now as well, which is good. We're going to be really picky with our tiles, really picky, because we're so low on troops. So we're going to have to make sure we're only hitting the easiest tiles we can possibly find. So I didn't pick that one because I don't like Legolas and his damage dealing. I won't be picking anything with trolls on it. So I don't like Shadow. I'm going to have to be really picky because we're so low on troops. We're going to have to be really efficient with stamina. See, I'm not sure. Oh, he's using Musician. Okay, so Falcon doesn't have really anything useful. Okay. What does Boromir use? So the only damage we're really going to receive... Yeah, the only damage we're going to receive is from Boromir. Okay, I think that's one we can hit. Influx of Knights is nice. Let's get Shadow in. So this is going to be a risk, of course, because we've basically just replaced a level, was it 17 commander with a level 10, and we're still hitting the same power tile. So this is a big risk. I'll have to be ready to maybe send a second team in. I'm a little bit worried for the life of our knights. I'm also going to wait for Shadow to be fully healed, as he doesn't have enough HP already. So yeah. Hopefully it goes well. If it does, then Shadow will be, I don't see how we could have been any more efficient with his stamina. How close are we to respect level 12 on him? What's that? 1600. How much is it per one? 70. So I need, yeah, 23 items. I don't think I have enough to... No, I got almost nothing. I'd say to exchange and get a few more. I think I might have already bought my exchange's worth already. Oh, I haven't. But yeah, no, I don't have anywhere near enough to be able to pick those up. Wonder how close we are in the season pass as well to getting some more manuscripts in, because that would get us there as well. When does next one come in? Couple more levels, but till we use more grain in conscription. It's just occurred to me as well, I used invigoration again on Dane, and I haven't sent out gathering yet. Criminal. Absolutely criminal from me. Right, let's just chuck anyone in. I think we used Azog earlier, so I'm going to do that just to not get that notification about skilling him. Right, get rid of those. I did want to take a level 7, but did I take a level 7 in the end? I can't remember. No. So I staminaed up King of Men with the intention of taking a level 7 and then just forgot. Oh, this start is whack. Worst start I've had possibly ever. Anyway, right. Let's go. I'm actually going to drop Serdan out, I think, before he runs out of stamina. When he gets down to... Ooh, do I put these at 12? Because he's at 30. Yeah, no, I will use it. I was thinking about saving it so we could then try that level 7 tile, but... Or do I? I don't think Radagast will be a huge drop down. He's done well so far. Right, let's keep checking these tiles. Didn't mean to pin that. Keep checking as many as humanly possible. Wait, that's the Falcon one. So what's this? Oh, they're both Falcon ones. Oh, nice. For a minute I thought I might have accidentally sent a troll tile or something. The panic. The panic. The panic was intense. Right, cool. What was this one? Zegrid. I'm not a huge fan of Zegrid. I think, yeah, high damage skill. No thank you. If I tested that one, so we'll go again. Let's test all of these ore ones up here. Yeah, we did test that one. Horrible trolls. Yep, that one's fine. Horrible. Horrible. Cool, our formation was able to take that level 6 tile fine. Shadow, no thank you. Kurwan, no thank you. How do we do? Oh, we lost almost nothing. Yes, even at low levels, they're still just outputting crazy damage. I mean, it helps that that Falcon tile is pretty pathetic. That's probably the best tile you could possibly hope for. So, yeah, good job from them. I will use Serdan Stamina, actually, I've decided, before I move to Radagast, and we will take out that other... I'm going to have to use up their HP, but... we'll have to wait for their HP to come back, but... not an issue. It's crazy how many level 6 tiles we've scouted here, and they've all been difficult. Like, how many different trolls and difficult commanders? Just give me lots of nice Merry Pippins, Boromirs. You know, stop giving me Troll Gimli and Troll Legolas, and it's ridiculous how many troll armies that we get. Even with easy commanders, trolls are not worth hitting. What's that? 3 in a row now? 4 in a row with trolls? It's just ridiculous how every tile at the minute is just does not want us to hit it. Trolls again. Trolls. Everything is trolls. It's slowing us down. No, I'm only kidding. It's what's slowing us down is our commander's HP regeneration rate. It's too slow. Way too slow. That one's fine. That one's fine. Trolls. Nearly there with HP. Drives me nuts how long it takes to use up this HP. Right, so we have this army here, and we have Radagast, and we also have Sauron and Gandalf the White kind of sat waiting in the wings, is the other thing I'm aware of. Kind of doing nothing. Level 5 tiles, I reckon Sauron could do fine here. You know, Lothar's strong enough. Witch King is strong enough. Level 5 tiles should be possible, so we should be able to get another march on the go whilst our main one is regenerating, taking level 5 tiles, getting that Sauron level up. I know it's not quite the same slingshot experience he would get, but we also have Gandalf the White as well to think about. I think it's more important we level him up as efficiently as possible to get White Rider, etc. as soon as possible. So we will use Sauron as a tank instead of Radagast there. In fact, Serdan's... No, he does still have 1 march worth of stamina. Nice. Right, they're regenerated. Let's go up on this one. Gear, gear. Gear, perfect. There we go, next tile. I'm not even going to look for a while. I've found like 3 that I like, so I'm going to try not to look for a minute. Although actually I do think I need to look at some level 5s, so have I got 1 level 5 that I like? I haven't hit this Falcon one yet. I'll save that anyway. Hopefully no one hits it in the meantime. I do need to find level 5s actually, so yeah, I think you're right. As soon as I think I've checked all of these and everything was a troll. I don't know, some of them were Faramir, but while Sauron's such a low level, I'm not going to be hitting Faramir. I could come back and get these later on. What was that one? Yeah, that one's fine. 1 minute 19. Okay, I'll wait till Serdan's almost hit, and then I'll send him. Something glowing over here. Completed another challenge. What have I got? New frontiers, plots of land. Oh, there we go. So yeah, 4k more stone. We love that. Our resources actually are, you know, more than fine. The bigger problem is is troop numbers and stamina at the minute. Troop numbers are going to be our bottleneck, I think. After we've killed so many, troop numbers are really going to be our bottleneck. We really need a level 7 tile as well so that we can gather stone. Yeah, it's another nice hit there. So look, Serdan's losing almost nothing. It's perfect. And it just allows Dane and Shadow to just swing up those levels so quickly. We've hit 2 tiles of Shadow and he's gone from level 10 to level 13. It's just perfect. I think Dane went up a level each time as well. Almost finished Durin's Blood. I'm starting to wonder whether 5 in Durin's Blood and 5 here wouldn't be better to get the stun, but stun's not consistent, whereas Durin's Blood will be consistent damage. But yeah, that's Serdan out. Oh, I need to remember to gear these. So it was Serdan, it was Witch Kings geared, and it was Lothar. Let's give him Warcry. Nice. I think that's what it was. Witch King Lothar. Oh, Lothar doesn't have HP. Brilliant. How has he not regenerated HP in the whole time he's been in my keep? If I fail this off the back of that, I'm going to be furious. How has he not regenerated just sitting in my keep for the last hour? Still got it. Would have taken more loss than I wanted to. Don't split the skills. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking that if that stun hit, it probably would be more efficient, but the fact that it's only 30% chance, it's just not really consistent enough, I think. If it was a guaranteed stun, I would consider it, but... Cool. Sauron has unlocked second equipment spot, but we need him to regenerate his HP. We have Serdan, Shadow, etc. regenerating their HP, which I think is now done. So Radagast will come in, see how he does as our primary tank in the same formation. They should all have HP. We're very close, I think, to hitting a level 7 tile. I just think we'll go one more level 6 with this. One more. We know they deal with it pretty decently, but I want to see how Radagast does as the tank, and getting an extra gear slot for Radagast would be useful as well. So that one we know is easy, very easy, but I'm just gonna, I don't know why I'm saving it, but I'm just gonna save it. I don't know what I'm saving it for. Sauron coming in the army, maybe. No, let's just do it now. Let's not save it. That's daft. We've just put a new tank in who's weaker than the last. Now's the time to hit it. Falcon we know is pretty easy. That army is crazy how easy that is. The damage is just so nothing. Falcon using the only skill he has that's completely useless for dealing damage. Shield bearers next to nothing in damage. They're high defense but next to nothing in damage. War Chant increases the attack of allied formations, but again there's nothing damage dealing on Falcon. Shield bearers don't really deal damage. And then Boromir, I suppose, with Warcry is the only thought that he deals a little bit of damage after round 1. Hopefully he won't make it there, but you know, that is crazy how easy that tile is. I don't think it's as easy as this one. Like, I'm pretty sure this one didn't have Warcry on it. Oh, it did. So yeah, and you can see how easy that was. Almost didn't lose a troop, and we only had a level 10 damage dealer. So it's quite interesting that the damage dealer levels almost seem to not really matter that much, especially compared to the level of your tank, for example. But yeah, like we're seeing good damage numbers even from level 10s. You're getting 16k here from the Shadow. He's outperforming Warcry Dane here. It might be worth putting Warcry on Shadow and seeing how he does. But no, I'll keep it on Dane for now. I like Warcry hitting that first Durin's Blood. It basically guarantees all these tiles won't get past the 3rd round, so we don't take much loss. How does he get on? Yeah, as expected, it does take a little bit more loss, as he would do, as Serdan had more command, more gear slots, etc. But that's still a very nice report. Just desperately clinging on to our knights where possible. 2 minutes and we get another wave of them back. So yeah, we're not going to be able to step up tiles quite the way I would want to. I'd want to be a little bit more risky at this point and maybe looking towards level 7, but we're not quite going to be able to step up the same way. I think we probably could take a level 7 now. Depends how easy it is, but you know, I would have taken it maybe 2 or 3 marches ago if I was confident. But with those 150 more knights coming in, I'm thinking we can hit one of these. Let's see if there's an easy one. No, not that one. Lumber. I don't want lumber, I want stone. Lots of level 7s over here. Let's take a look at one of these. I bet you the lumber one was an easy army after all that. Okay. Denethor and Arwen, I imagine that's very easy. Although, no, that's going to be easy. Arwen's using focus damage. I suppose it does synergize a little bit with the Law of the Arcane set, increasing 12%, but I don't think I'm too worried about that. Denethor is about medium unit attack whilst using small units. So Denethor's completely pointless. Haldir will deal a little bit of damage. Howd is one I'm not a huge fan of, but still, that's nuts. Like that's a very easy tile. I'll see if I can get a nice easy one down here on stone. If not, I'm hitting that one. I'm going to put our knights at risk. What have we got then? Trolls. Ooh. Exactly the same tile. Nice. That'll be the one we hit. That one there. What's this? See, Spearman I'm a little bit weary of, just because it's at plus 12% up to 3 star. Yeah, so 12%. Excuse me, 12%. Imra heal, attack of medium units. He's not using medium units. Dwalin has a little bit of attack with a stun. No, that's an easy one as well. Thick armor set. That's another easy one. I don't think I can turn down something like that in good conscience and claim it's a hard one. Are they fully healed? I think so. That was the one I thought was incredibly easy. So let's see how it does. It's a 2-minute march, so if it draws, I'm going to send a second one to finish it off because I don't want to risk a double draw. Unless, of course, the draw is with them having near no troops. So Radagast needs to pick up a chess piece. Do I increase his focus because his healing scales with focus? Or do I increase his command because he's tanking troops and command also increases healing? I don't think I have a command chest actually. I don't have one that does focus, and so the other option is to do unit defense. It's focus versus unit defense. Screw it, let's go focus. I have unit defense on the other two pieces. Let's go focus. Let's increase that heal, see how it does. Geared. I could have done with maybe Shadow being a level higher, but hopefully we can take this, because if we can take this, then I'll send Azog Gathering. In this formation, Sauron's ready to go. Bring all these back in and look at level 5 resource tiles. That one's not amazing, but not horrible. That one's fine. It's just nice to see our main team finally doing some work. Well, half our main team. Dane and Shadow, obviously, we've still got Sauron and Gandalf the White on the bench. But they will come in shortly. Yeah, that's another good one. Let's just attack this one. Send him there. Right, how is this going to get on with our first level 7 tile? So this would be the equivalent of what was a 90 power tile, sending this nice and early, see how we get on. Most of these commanders have 2 gear pieces or 3, and we get it straight away. Perfect. We are once again maxed on resources, so let's just get things building. I don't know why I don't have things building anyway, to be honest, but you know, we don't need most of these things now. We just need what's going to progress our chapter. Yeah, let's get the conscription post going as well. We are going to need for next chapters anyway, main hall, etc. So let's use a little bit of this lumber we've got kicking round and get that going as well. Could do it straight away, but I don't think we need to. We'll speed up our conscription as well, I suppose, which will be very important with all these, with how long these knights take. Let's get 2 sets of knights in, and do I just get a bunch of militia, like 300 militia? It only takes half hour. Let's do it. I know tier 1's a week, and no, this is probably criminal, but yeah. So how did I get on with that level 7? So yeah, I knew it was an easy tile, but wow. Like almost no loss. 9k of XP. So Dane's level 16. How much stamina has he got? Still haven't used a tincture. 7 marches at 9k. He could be the one we get to level 20 here. Problem's going to be is that Radagast is going to go, so we need Why am I marching Sauron and not Gandalf the White? I need Gandalf the White leveled up. As soon as this march is done, Gandalf the White is going to come in. Because I need him as my tank. Though Sauron's crowd control is pretty useful, it's just not as good as White Council. Yeah, a lot of HP to regen there, not an issue. We can wait. And we can also send Azog to do some gathering, which we love. We want to save a few points for invigoration, so that we can invigorate our main team, get a few more big strong tiles. I think is what we're going to do. Depends how much of a bottleneck we hit for stone. Actually, I think the next main hall is quite a big stone requirement, so actually gathering might be more valuable, but we'll see what happens when we come up to that. I'll decide that later on. But yeah, it'd be good to get a nice gather in early on. Don't know why we're using Azog. I don't particularly remember him. Recommend him as a gathering commander, but since they've removed gathering skills, there's nobody who's a good gathering commander. So we will we'll just use Azog. Use the new commander as a gathering commander. Pretty good summary of what I think of him, to be honest. Right, Sauron, let's get your formation geared up. Focus isn't useful on Sauron, at least in the start of season build I've got him in, so I'll go with command and unit defense. Witch King's got his gear. LOTR is going to take gear from Dane, and they're pretty close to level 15. They should really be taking 6 power tiles here. I'll do a 6 power tile on the next one. I think I have a few more marked as easy down here. I do. Did I search this one out? I did. Is it Troll's Glacier? Is that why I didn't select her? Yeah. Cool. And this is just rinse and repeat, basically. We just need to level up. To replace Radagast in our main team, I need to level up another tank. I've got Sauron marching at the minute, but I'm going to swap over to Gandalf the White, as I think he's more important, and then we can get out Radagast, get in Gandalf the White, and he will be perfect. Deceiver maxed. Perfect. How did Sauron do in that, out of interest? He lost a few, but not too many. LOTHR's damage output's just nuts. Absolutely nuts. I don't know why I sped that up, knowing full well they're not going to have the HP to go again. But, yeah, so let's drop Gandalf the White in instead. I'd rather that. Much rather that, and I'm actually not going to use the focus here. I'm actually going to go the same thing with unit defense and command with him as the tank. I know I lose out on a bit of focus, and it's therefore effectiveness of White Council, but bear with me. The also temptation is to max White Rider instead of and put only 5 into White Council, which I am going to do at this phase. So the reason for that is this damage received will really help the 1 troop commanders in those first 3 rounds, which is the time when they're going to have their HP before they die. And also 10 skill points targeted 3 formations means that it doesn't matter which, it's going to hit all 3 of the enemy commanders, so it should really add more consistency to their damage. And we'll still get some from White Council, just not quite as much. We'll have 1 less hit and about 9% less, but I think I'm going to go with that and see how that does. Right. How is the main team doing? They're all healed up, which is great. Next level 7 tile, which was this one. So I was a bit weary of the spearmen here, so let's see how this does. Have the counter buff. Triple, double, triple checking I've trooped them all up. Oops. Troop. Let's go on the next one. So I'm a little bit weary of the spearmen. Let's see how the spearmen do. The spearmen could be a real issue, but hopefully not too badly. Hopefully we do okay. But we shall see. course, we do need to re-gear them. I've just swapped this onto Gandalf the White, and then I've now taken it straight back off of him again. Need gear loadouts. We need gear loadouts. We need gear loadouts. So debate here is, I don't need focus on Shadow at the minute because I'm not skilled into Black Numenorian. 4 unit defense isn't valuable on any 1 unit. HP is low. Get more attack, more HP from a Warcry scale mail. Bear with me here. I can then put the Warcry helm on him, and therefore I get Warcry effect on Shadow. Dane, I can then swap over to the Fortitude helm. A little bit less attack, 8 less attack, but he still gets the Warcry effect because the chest and the weapon go together. I think that's a better setup. More attack on Shadow, therefore more damage. Warcry on both, so it will help those early rounds when we're dealing our damage. 10% plus on both. I think that's the best way to do it here. I think that's a good change around there. Right, we found a nice easy level 5 over there. We've got a nice easy level 6 here. So Radagast is going to hit in 40 seconds. What's this march? 2.5 minutes. Yeah, let's go. Just need to remember to swap the gear around as soon as Radagast's march finishes. Question is going to be, am I going to be able to get to level 20? Well, I suppose I'm on the road within an hour, so but I at least will be able to do it when I get there. Stamina level's looking really good, to be honest, on most of our commanders. We have got Serdan and King of Men back as well, so we can start using them again. Drop them into a formation, maybe even with Gandalf the White or Sauron. Oh, we're going to level up on Shadow. I assume that means successful take. It was. Gear switcheroo time. Let's recall them so they regain their HP. Who was it? It was Gandalf the White. He was marching with Witch King and LOTR. Nice. We're starting to get into a bit of a flow now. Really starting to get a rhythm going. Good bit of efficiency going after the disaster at the beginning. I think we've got our resources done pretty well as well. I think maybe we have a little bit too much grain and would rather have iron or lumber, but we've got a good stone production as well, which will really help us as we push on. I think we will get a commander to level 20. When you consider that we've still got Tincture, Dane's about to turn to 18. I think he's ready to go then. And you think that, yeah, we should be able to do it. Should. Gandalf the White. Just so paranoid now that I am not gearing them up properly. Constantly paranoid after the number of mistakes we've done. How long will this stream go? I'm going until 12, so there's about another 20 minutes left. I'd love to stream longer. Not quite often I normally do a long time. I think I said earlier it's my birthday today, and I'm going away for the weekend, so I'm heading off. You guys are lucky enough already that I'm streaming on my birthday. No, what more would someone want on their birthday than a stream? Right. Don't know what Radagast is looking like stamina-wise. Let's take a look. One more. He's got one more in him. Happy birthday. Thanks, Kaz. Much appreciated. If everyone wants to give me my birthday present, they can make sure to use the creator code. Right, Gandalf the White. Poor. This is probably the switch I made, skilling into White Rider instead of White Council. But he's also very underleveled to be the main tank in this, and we're using tier 1s, is the two other things to be considered. Not great, but not awful. He is facing level 18s. They will get this on the follow-up from the draw, so I'm not too worried. Another point into White Council anyway, so that will start correcting itself. Happy birthday from CTG, thank you very much. Same from Cosmin Stefan Jalba, thank you very much. Where am I travelling to today? So I'm I'm from the UK. I'm sure you can hear. I think you said you're from the UK as well. Stefan, Cosmo Stefan. Yeah, from the UK. So I'm travelling from. I'm in like the southwest region. So I'm gonna be travelling down to Cornwall, and I've got like a cabin on the coast. So you can spend the weekend sitting in the hot tub, basically. Should be nice. Just need to try and pry some time away because, going away with my partner and pry some time away to flick on the game, but not enough that it's going to drive her crazy over the weekend. Radagast, how are we looking? That looks like HP full. Right, next up on the level 7 agenda, what we got? Don't know if we've scanned any of the ones up here. We probably should look in some lumber ones actually as well. So have we scanned all these? No. Probably should have sent this out whilst the draw was in effect. So, yeah. Hungry for Shabovi. Yeah, indeed. Definitely. Is it Shabovi? Is that how it's pronounced? Shabovi? It's funny you should say that, actually. I actually made it at home for myself yesterday. So the context of this for most people is I went to Poland for 5 days last week. Again, there's another little like birthday city break. And yeah, so Kaz in the chat was recommending me Polish food and which was best. And I'm not pronouncing it right. Can you write in how I should be pronouncing it? Yeah, recommended me nice Polish food, which I all tried, and it was all absolutely delicious. So yeah, I came home and I actually made it for myself at home. Not quite as good, but still pretty good. So we got Arwen, Frodo. The only one I'm worried about is Dwalin, but that's not horrendous, as the tier 2s are terrible, and both of those are horrible on that tile. See if we find anything easier in the next two. If we don't, we'll hit that one with Arwen. What we got? Aragorn, Legolas, not a fan. And Trolls. Right, we're hitting that one. That was the Arwen one, wasn't it? Yep. Go. Though I've made a bit of a tits up here. I'm actually going to have to swap this gear over a little bit quickly. Yeah, swap this over, so mess myself up a bit here. Sorry, I will communicate with chat again in a minute. I've just messed myself up by putting my marches too close together. The draw is about to expire too close to the March landing for my main team. That should do it, right. Main team equipped. Yeah. That should, that's cool. It's like that, haha, say shh. Is that not what? Shabovi? Is that what it is? Something like that? Anyway, it was so good. Loved the Polish food, loved every bit of the trip. So yeah, I've been trying to make the various different things at home. It's really good. Amazing joy down in Bournemouth, so many areas of southwest. Enjoyed South Wales recently. Lovely. I went to Swansea a few weeks back. That was really nice as well. So South Wales can be nice. I just wish the weather was a little bit better at the minute. The weather recently has been horrendous. Realcia here. Sup guys? It's Tic Tac. Welcome Tic Tac. Where am I in the rankings at the minute? 36th. So we're on about 4k. But if you look at the guys that are top, all their commanders are basically, they've used them till they've drained out of stamina. Whereas we've got tons and we haven't used... Oh, I just used 3 ring points again. Misclick. We haven't used tinctures yet. So tons of stamina. So we'll... yeah, we'll I don't know, obviously, if there's other people doing similar traits, but I think we'll be pretty close to the top. We've gone from like 150th to 30th in the last 10 minutes, so shouldn't take long. Concentration face is fantastic, thank you. That probably wasn't concentration, that was probably pure panic. I've made way too many mistakes in this stream, killing off all my troops to make another one. At least I realised before it hit. Otherwise, that could have been, I could have had 15 seconds to swap that gear over, and I would have made a right mess of it. Oh. Send me a voice message for how to pronounce it. Thanks, Kaz. That'll definitely help me out. You'll get towards the end. Nice start. Honestly, it started to be so much better if I wasn't like being kind of killed by how little troops I have at the minute, because I just massacred them all so early on. So I'm having to dedicate a conscription queue towards tier 1 militia just so I have some troops coming in, which is going to kill me a little bit over time, especially as Gandalf the White keeps massacring them. But I need to get some kind of experience in. Rewatch the first hour later. Oh god, please don't. Please don't. No, jokes on there. The first hour, because obviously I was just trying to try and work out power levels, try and work out the impact of the reduced amounts of gear. I was kind of just sending out, seeing what will happen, and then a couple of times I also forgot to gear completely, so just flung them all into the abyss. Stop using ring points. Yes, that's twice I've done that now. I've now used ring points on Dane, and the worst thing is I think I've now stopped myself from being able to use a stamina tincture on him because I accidentally clicked invigoration. I'm hoping within the 24 hours this comes back, so I'll be able to use it. But that is infuriating. That's probably going to stop me getting my Dane to level 20. I think he might just about get there. But yeah, I've still got stamina tincture I can use on all the others, so it's not the biggest pain in the world, but it's a nightmare. Keep making little mistakes like this, all the little mistakes that all add up to a bad start. You know, it's still a good start because of the efficiencies and stuff that I've put in, but could be a lot better if I cut out the errors. Problem is now with daylight savings shifting back Inferno, it's everything starts an hour earlier. I've missed an hour's sleep and I'm not happy about it. What we got? Try and find some more lovely tiles. Why can I not get another one of those lovely Falgin tiles? Difficult to work out the gear stuff. Struggled to start with that. Seems to be okay around level 15 onwards. Yeah, of course. Once you've got most of your gear in place, once you've got most of it, you'll be fine. The bounce when you hit level 20 must be nuts, because obviously once you've got your accessory in and that big jump of like attack or focus and damage as well, level 20 must have a huge jump spike. And the number of trolls we're finding here is infuriating. Everything has trolls. Literally everything has trolls on it. Trolls. Oh, finally. Yeah, nothing wrong with that one. It's just so far away. What did we have on this one? This was another easy Denethor one. Nice. Right. I think this is last march of Radagast. So let's... No, it's not last match of Radagast, because Radagast is gone. Am I brave enough to chuck Gandalf the White in here and risk... No, I'm not. I'm going to chuck in Serdan, because his stamina has returned, so I can afford to use him for one march. And then I need to get Gandalf the White's level up that little bit more. He's just killing too many troops at the minute to consider using him for... But this is probably going to be his last march with this, because they're going to run out of militia here, so then I'm going to have to chuck him in. Right, that's another easy one. Dane, Serdan, Shadow. 46 seconds till they hit. 2.5 minutes till there we go. How am I skilling Gandalf the White? Oh god, you're gonna kill me. White Rider at the minute. Primary White Rider. Falcon was a nice birthday present from the devs. Yes, agreed. If I could have a few more of those Falcon, Merry and Pippin or whatever it was, just awful tile. Give me another one of those. All skills put towards medium units or something with a small unit army. The elf again. How am I skilling Gandalf? Yes, yeah, I was skilling Gandalf the White Rider primarily. Yeah, you do it too. Okay, I thought you were going to be incredulous with me. Nice. No, see, that's what I want. We want more of these Denethor Arwen tiles. This is possibly the easiest level 7 tile we've found. But that's Sirdan's stamina now out. So we need Gandalf the White to go up a level, which he will when he takes this. Right, focus. Again, this is debate focus or the additional command and unit defense. This time we'll try focus. Right, LOTR can take, same as always. And Witch King needs his weapon back. Sorted. Right. So now the debate is: do I tank? Do I just chuck Sauron in? Do I chuck Gandalf the White in? I think Gandalf the White is the answer. Once he's leveled up, I just think he's killing a few too many troops because those level 7s are going to be tough. But I'm hoping my damage dealers are now leveled up high enough that he shouldn't take too much damage with the amount of damage they deal. Elf start is needed now. Hate saying that. Yeah, that's kind of my debate. Is I'm considering when I start getting really troop limited and I've used the stamina up on my main team, I might actually main hall switch over to elves for a bit, because then I can get a bunch of those tier 1 elves and then switch back for men, because that way I can use Gil-galad for a bit, then swap back again. I've got a bunch of elves to use with him. How am I doing for influence? I'm still at 450. Yeah, that's what many did. If you don't have all gear on Shadow and Dane, I don't know if you just send them. I'm swapping the gear between. It's because I'm sending Gandalf the White at the minute with Witch King and Gandalf the White at the minute. But I will. I'm swapping the gear between. See, look, Gandalf the White is just losing so many troops, but then they're tier 1 militia. So is that the reason? It could be that's the reason. He might do better with knights. There's only one way to find out, and that's to send them to their doom. Send them immediately to their near certain demise. Check Discord. It's calling. I'll listen to the voice message when I leave, before I leave in a moment. Entertain myself. Trolls. Not trolls. Mouth of Sauron. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Ugluk, but that's not a horrible tile. There's only one hard-ish army in there. There's too many people around me taking too many resources. If everyone could just leave the server just for me on my own, that would be perfect. Though I do feel bad for people who spawn a bit near me because I'm doing this. I basically only leave behind horrible tiles that I don't want to take. So everyone around me ends up having to take, or if they don't scout, they end up taking all these horrible tiles and losing tons of troops. It's always quite amusing though. Trolls. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's like a meme at this point. I'm just going to get I'm going to print like a t-shirt and sell it. It just says trolls. Oh god. Trolls. Not trolls. Not trolls. And it's a good army as well. Trolls. Trolls. kill me now. We get 1 non-troll army for every 6 trolls at the minute. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. That's LOTRs. I don't really want that. Trolls. Yeah, the few times we don't get trolls, we need the armies to be good. Come on, game. Work with me here. Right, let's move up this way. Let's move out the way of those players. Let's not take up too many tiles near other players as they're going to want them. We're just getting further and further away from our keep here. Zegrin, LOTR. LOTRs, no. Come on, game. A few more nice ones, please. Well, at least the HP is going to be regenerated by now. Bloody hell. Yep, that's more like it. AMR does have damage, and he does have... Off the way, it's got healing. Not sure on that one. I'm going to leave it for now. Trolls. Right, this is the one we're going to hit. Let's drop Sauron in here. See how we do. Looks like we've just had another influx of troops come in, which is great. 1-1. Right, let's try again off the white in here. See how he does. And we're going to hit that one up here that we thought was nice. Bloody hell, it's a long way away. Problem here is if Gandalf the White dies and messes this up, 5 minutes away basically means we're going to be unable to send a follow-up to come and take it. Well, we should just about have enough time, so we have to make sure they're kind of ready to go. Yeah, I'm hoping Dane and LOTR's damage here pulls this out, and I'm actually considering swapping this round. Do you know what I'm going to? I'm going to swap these gears around. The attack boost is way more, and I'd rather have that on Dane. So then Shadow can take Blazing Tongue. Focus normally would be good for him, of course. I haven't scaled into Black Numenorian yet, so it's no good. But that puts him on 160 and Dane on 170. I think that's better. Have you got the extended time thing on attacking each other within a region? The first A buff. You mean this thing here, so you don't bump into each other? Thankfully, yes, or else I wouldn't be going anywhere near that. I mean, it's still annoying because, like, these are both mine players, so these are both allies, but they come up as red. Haven't they made it longer? 92 hours. Brilliant. I didn't see that. That's great. Thank you for pointing that out. That's huge. So it means I'm not going to be clashing into... Oh, God, it's the worst thing in the world, season start on these seasons, when you spawn in with your... your like sister fellowship or with friends, and then you just clash constantly at choke points. So glad they made that longer. So 4 days, and that should be enough time for us to get out of this region or form kingdom. No, that's huge. That's great. Easier for passes. Yep, exactly. So we can both siege passes. Great point. Yeah, it's all a bit crazy, really. Anyway, we're going to take this tile, and then I'm probably going to look to head off as, it is 12 o'clock now, and I don't want to be late, or I will receive beats from my partner before anyone starts calling the police. That was not serious. I don't want to get swatted. Right, our iron production is criminal. Just say, sorry, I'm busy geeking still. Honestly, she puts up with a lot already. Sitting in bed at night, editing videos till 1 in the morning while she's trying to sleep, and she works as a teacher, so yeah, she's up early. Yeah, pretty forgiving already, put it that way. So Dan doesn't take tiles by himself. Oh god, we haven't seen trolls in a while. Q trolls. Oh, actually, no, another nice one. Typical. We get this on all the level 6s. Now we're not really hitting level 6, isn't it? Very typical. Right. How are we looking chapter wise? So we're gonna get. We're not gonna be level 20 quite yet. Dane, I don't think is gonna get there because he needs 2 marches for. We might just about get there for 19, then 3 probably, maybe 4, hopefully 3 to get to level 20. So we might just about get there. So still got stamina potions to use on Shadow, so he might get there as well. So yeah, we need to get to level 20 and then we can chapter progress. We just need 4 armies so badly, so badly. If I was being really efficient this morning, I would not have used these until I had 4 in my army. I would have just left them kind of sitting around 280 stamina all the time. But as I need to use them up and let their stamina dry up a little bit, I don't mind too much. Right, please don't massacre all my knights. I mean, if you do, I'll be okay-ish, I guess, as I can conscript them whilst I'm away. But still, please just do not. What do I need for that? Level 10 conscription post. Apothecary is an hour, but I don't really need that. Storage, don't need that. I don't need anything on here basically, so I'm not going to build it. I'm not going to waste resource on something I don't need. Go on, Gandalf. Do a job. Do well. I'm begging. I'm begging you do well. Because actually I'm fucked if you don't, because I've just sent out Sauron, who then can't follow this up if you die. I'll have to recall Sauron and waste his stamina to send him over here. So that's guaranteed what's going to happen now. 100% that's what's going to happen. Oh no. Oh, actually, he did really well. Okay. Went up 2 levels as well. Nice. Get more white council in. Quick, quick, quick. Awesome. Why is this game so addictive? Just don't want to, like... I know I need to go, but I can't resist. Just one more tile. Just one more tile. No. Oh. Swap my gear over to Sauron before I forget. And then I'll do a run through of kind of what's left on the server. Where we're at this point. Give everyone a shout out who's in the server, etc. Right. And actually, Witch King probably should have... No, maybe not. No, let's go with that. Cool. Right, they're swapped over. They're ready to go. So where are we at with season? So we're actually at 25th. That's not too bad considering how much stamina we have left. I'd be very surprised if we weren't in or around this upper number. Tharwin's had a huge jump in the last half hour. My God. Must be taking very high power tiles. But anyway, I'd be very surprised if we weren't in or around this top level. I think Tharwin was second to us in the last season. We've been less efficient this time, so I think he'll probably beat us this time. And we'll come second. But I'd be very surprised we weren't minimum top 5. So yeah, we're doing well so far. Top 25 when we haven't really hit our acceleration period yet is great. You can see here people obviously aren't taking the top power tiles yet. We got on 8s. Yeah, Tharwin. So it's 4 home and GG from Tomb was the first one to get there though. Merit wise, why we have merit, I have no idea. We have to ask Pachichi why he's attacking someone else, as that'll also now remove his collision buff. So he's in trouble. Fellowship rankings, remarkably Dan to still the top. They're doing incredibly well at farming. I'll be honest, I didn't think they were going to stick there. 82 members at the minute. Dan to at the top with 230k. Second is Mine with 72 members. So obviously there's a big difference here. 10 people here. But Mine second with 72 members. Then we have my own Fellowship Home. Another big drop down. Only 60 members. online at the moment. Mainly, as I said earlier, we're primarily US nowadays with our membership. So a lot of those will come online over time. But yeah, 60 at the minute. When they come online, I'd expect us to probably jump up. But home in third. Bull have come up to fourth, doing very well. Credit to them. King have come up to fifth as well. Great start from them. And Illil have dropped down to sixth, which I'm quite surprised about. Maybe they, again, don't have their membership fully online yet as well. I expected them to be higher. Or they just haven't fully shown their full strength yet. We have Legion in 7th, Tomb in 8th, Grind in 9th, and Flame in 10th. And then you can see everyone else underneath that as well. So that's kind of where Fellowships are at. Commanders, currently Cull is top. I don't know if he's running that account. I think it's Zorro who's in the chat. I think Zorro, you're running that, aren't you? So yeah, currently top. Kingder's got his in second. Then we have Tharwin as well. You can see here who's at the top. We're actually somehow making it onto the rankings now at 76th with our level 18s. I imagine for a while our highest was probably Serdan, so Inferno will love that. But yeah, with that, that's everything I've got for this stream, as I do need to dash off and leave. Everyone who's tuned in, massively appreciate you being here. If you could hit a like, that would be massively appreciated, as it does help push the stream towards other people as well once it's fully released. And yeah, massively appreciate you all being here, particularly those in the chat as well. You've been really active. It's great to have lots to engage with. So thank you to you all. And yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed, and I really hope to see you